Hello and welcome everyone to Session 0, Episode 2 of Las Vegas by Night, Desert Darlings. We are joined this evening by the rest of the crew, with 1.5 people revisiting from last session. We have Bandit.
Hello.
We have Caden.
Hello.
With Mal and Rock rejoining us. Rock to finish up his character, and Mal to drop in snarky comments and various other things that'll make it entertaining.
Woo!
We have hopefully soon. Well, people will hopefully be joining us shortly. I just noticed that switching over dropped all of our viewers.
Whoops.
But
I see it. It's 13 right now for me.
Oh, good. So my little live thing. So first and foremost, how is the music volume for everyone?
Sounds good to me.
So,
I wanted to have it nice and in the background, but not overwhelming, because too many times you'll watch, something, or I'll join a game and there's a person like, "We play music," and it's just like, and I'm like, all right, I'm turning this music down to nil. So for those who are watching at home, what we have here is on the screen. This is stuff in the music tab that you can find up here. And you can load these things, and they're all non-copyrighted. And some of them are atmospheric. There's 3 options on Roll20 that you can pick from. Pardon me. And one of them is more sound effects, like a Foley board for the moment. And others are just mood. So, with that, we'll stop going on there. Alright. So, this is a recap. Well, a little recap. This is Session 0. Session 0 is generally what's done at the very beginning of a game. It allows people to get familiar with other players, build their characters, and to get familiar with the setting. What we are going to be going for this evening is we will be walking through character creation of 2.5 characters. Bandits, Cadence, and finishing up on Rock's character. We're going to do a little bit of a Rock, how he got into the position of being embraced that he did. And that will be the finish of that. Next week, our Session 0 will be all about the setting, the players involved, and a more in-depth look at Las Vegas, the princedom of Prince Benjamin Siegel, who has a strong opinion that might makes right, and that is how he rolls. With no further delay, let's get started on this. I'm going to be bringing up my follow along at home character sheet, aka Buddy. Say hello, Buddy.
hello.
Hello. I meant to say everybody say hello to Buddy, but Rock, you caught it. So, also something new on the screen. I actually took advantage of all of the roles. So over here, this tab allows you to create macros, which are really simply you just click add and type in what you want. And to save time, I have pretty much dice set up, and I can click it in where it shows up in bar and not. Then there's playing cards and rollable tables. Rollable tables are tables that you create and then you can put into a macro, and then you get things like I have over here: nature, demeanor, clan, common disciplines, gender, boons, and drugs. I'm just going to minimize Buddy for a second. So, I might as well explore these real quick. So, I had nature, demeanor, clan, and common disciplines last week, but I recently added, because it came up last session, and I'm like, you know what, we might as well have a button for it. So gender, trans man, male, female. I have, I think, 6 or 7 different categories to represent the entire spectrum. I didn't go so far as to represent all 64. I think it was the number I saw, different gender identities. I stuck to the top 6 or 7 because I wanted a diversity, but I didn't want every session to devolve in a I don't exactly know what that is conversation. So my apologies for anybody who is not represented. Know that you are deeply appreciated, and we will do our very best to diversify this game. Next, I have boons, which is members of the city. Ooh, that first one. That would have been a boon for the prince. I didn't put in their status or their positions because sometimes it's fun to get a boon and then try to figure out who it belongs to. And the last one is in case somebody feeds upon somebody. There's always a chance that there might be under the influence, and when that comes up, we roll what drug they are. Sometimes it's just the alcohol. And then you have die pool and all of that. You can actually change the colors of the setting. I just wanted to go with my brand colors. And Bandit, reverse that, if you would please. So what Bandit just did is he went up to the gear in the upper right corner. And up here, you can actually change your display name. And in the Sealyverse, and my games in general, I have people put their characters' names first, and then in the brackets, put the name they'd like to be referred to as. So now that we went over the changes, let's start building characters. So the first section, the primary, as it says, is your character name, and so on. The Chronicle is Desert Darlings. You can choose your nature and demeanor. Nature is who your character is on the inside, whereas demeanor is how you act outside, externally. So you might be a really soft-hearted individual on the inside, but kind of, be gruff and, mean, like a certain Marvel character who has long claws and is very furry. Concept is pretty much a 2-word essence of your character. Sometimes it could be up to 3. I go wild. Clan is the clan that you have chosen. In this game, all players have been required to pick different clans. That way we get a wider representation of clan politics, and it's not one clan ganging up on another. Sire is who made you. You're a vampire daddy, and if people wanted to have sires from inside the city, they can, but it is not required. And last but not least is generation. All characters start at 13th generation, but each dot a person puts into their background. Aw, you're a gang. It's not our gang, though. For every dot they put in that generation background, it lowers their generation. And the lower your generation, the cooler to awesome you are. But we won't know that number until we get to the background portion of the game, of the character creation, that is. There's all sorts of little tabs up here. Hey, look, I actually turned on my, you can see my mousey thing. Anyway, so up here is, trademark. These are all tabs for this character sheet. Once again, shout out to the individual who made the character sheet. who I don't recall the name of at this moment. I use it in all my games, and that person needs a lot of props. All right, starting everyone who's making characters today. Rock, I will not include you on most of these things since you did most of these steps already.
Okay.
Actually, before we go to attributes, let's walk through everyone and just explore a little bit of your character concept. Let's start with Bandit.
Hello, everyone. So, my character, I've had him in my head for a long time, never been able to play him. It basically, I imagine him as a kind of guy that he was always curious about everything, really wanted to learn everything he could. But overall, my idea for him was just someone who was ambitious, but too lazy to go and accomplish things himself. So it's the kind of guy like, man, if only things would fall into my lap, I could make my life mean so much. And he kind of always lacked the drive to get everything to actually accomplish anything. And his life kind of stagnated and fell apart. And he's like a divorced 30-something man. He owns a small, like, like magic shop, but he sleeps in the back office because he lost his house. Basically a guy whose life's going nowhere fast. And he kind of that's my overall character concept for him. And he somehow comes to Tremere.
Pretty good. I mean, it's more, it's definitely fleshed out more than a lot of the concepts I've had in my life. All right, next would be Caden.
Hi, everyone. I am going to be playing Max. He is a Ventru who has grown up and made a professional life in Las Vegas. Of course, with this is going to mean that he is definitely trying to make it big as far as being rich and financially well off, including influence in the city. But while that was happening, it so happened that he was found out by maybe some kindred, and he turned into a power-hungry vampire, or someone who's trying to make their way through the night. That is Matt.
Oh, yes, I forgot to mention my character's name is Frederick Gage.
Nice. And that's Mr. Max Dulce?
Yes.
Dulce.
Like a famous person on that one program.
Is he Italian?
To be decided.
Fair enough. So, now that we have the base concept of your character, please go through the attributes. You'll get a pool of attributes that you decide to distribute into your primary, secondary, and tertiary slots. Luckily, everybody here is familiar with how V20, Vampire 20th Edition and 20th Anniversary Edition goes. So I don't need to walk through that. For those who are following who are new to this, you'll get a pool of dots that you distribute. It's fairly simple. The trick I found is I pick my character's best of physical, social, or mental in my mind, and I pick their worst, and then whatever's left is the middle. But everybody has their own, particular ways of going about it. All right, everybody got that done?
Yes, I do.
Yes, sir.
All right. So, how about we reverse the order this time? And Mr. Max, how did you allocate?
So for Max, I felt that he was a more social kind of guy, especially when it comes to manipulation. So for charisma and manipulation, I stored 4 dots into those attributes. And for appearance, he looks average. So he was allocated 2 dots for appearance. Following that, the second highest stat, 5 dots, I put in mental. Perception, he's about average. Intelligence, he's average, but he doesn't think that, of course. Wit, on the other hand, he is very witty and always is prepared for something to happen. So I gave him 4 dots in that. For physical, being his lowest, I decided that I would just allocate 1 dot to each, giving strength, dex, and stamina an overall spread of 2. So if he gets into a scrap, he's going to have to rely on that then true fortitude.
Awesome. And how about you, Mr. Bandit, otherwise known as Frederick?
Well, I figured, he's a fairly intelligent person, so I have 4 dots in intelligence, and I put 2 dots in perception and wit, so he's 3 in both of those and 4 in intelligence. And as for his middle one, it would be I'm going with social because of how he was turned in my head. So he's a bit manipulative and a bit charismatic, but he's overall, as you can see, he's not a stunning individual, not ugly, but he's middle of the road, average looking. So that is where his second goes, and I have again gone for mid basic physical. So again, he's a squishy Tremere.
All right. Fun things about Roll20. If you ever, want to get some more screen real estate, you can just double-click the banner, and it minimizes the character sheet. Another neat trick, which is kind of the thing that we do with having these pages up, if you ever want a character sheet, if you hold down the Shift button, double-click an icon, it pulls up the character sheet. All right, and at this point, Rock's character, Jonathan, has already made this step, and we explained it last session. Next category is the abilities, which are talents, skills, and knowledges, which players get 3 different pools to distribute. This is a little bit more complex than the attributes, considering that you're not allowed to put more than 3 dots into any single category. Not category, into any single slot. And there's a nice also side thing to keep in mind. If you do not have dots in one of the abilities, the penalties depend on the category. If you don't have dots in a talent, there's no penalty on that one. You just roll your attribute. If you don't have dots in a skill, you get +1 difficulty. And if you don't have dots in a knowledge, you're unable to do that knowledge. For some reason, doing medicine without, training does not work so much. It's more of just, very slow fighting. So if you would, characters, please assort your dots.
I would love to.
Nope. And Rock just posted in chat, the Tremere of City must be lacking members. And that is not true. There are a total of 3 Tremere in the city.
I feel like that's too lucky. Don't boost only 3 of them.
Well, there is the fact that Tremere are kind of hated by everybody. And to quote a person from a LARP I played in a long time ago, picking to play a Tremere is deciding to play the game on hard mode.
Yeah, that's me.
No, I mean, you get phenomenal cosmic powers, but you live in an apartment.
Or, as in my guy's case, the back office of his shop.
Now, we will eventually get to the purchasing merits and flaws, which is done at the end of character creation. But I strongly recommend, Mr. Bandit, to take a merit from the Tremere chapter in Lore of the Clans, which allows you to... Thank you so much for the new person following. Which allows you to actually be able to sleep outside of the chantry every night.
Okay.
For those who don't know, Tremere basically gather in what's known as that chantry, which is a house of magic, which generally Clan Tremere requires all members to spend the night for the safety of everyone.
They tend to be enchanted or have some other magic that's protecting. Some of them, not all.
For Tremere.
Yeah, many chantries have wards that protect them from things. Some cities have stronger wards than others. Now, in an interesting note, not that many of the players would know this, but the Tremere of Las Vegas managed to secure a old World War II bunker that had gone on the market that almost is on the equivalent of a Hugh Hefner property. So it's got an indoor pool, and it's just multi-roomed and protects you from fallout. But not Fallout New Vegas. Alright, is everybody done allocating?
Yes, I am.
Indeed.
Alright, Mr. Bandit, would you please walk through where you allocated?
I will do so. Alright, so his strongest skill is knowledges, so I put my 13 into there. My strongest skills being occult and academics, but I also have science, medicine, and investigation of 2, but occult and academics is 3, and computer of 1, which I might change to finance now I'm thinking about it. His second skill is talents. I got my 9, which he's not. He has some. I kind of spread it all around because that's how I figure he is. He has some alertness of 2, athletics of 2, awareness 2, empathy 2, and subterfuge 1. Then my weakest skill is skills. I got a 1 in craft, and 1 in etiquette, 2 in firearms, and 1 in melee.
Awesome. Sounds like a nice spread. And how about you, Mr. Max?
So Max, I decided to put my 13 dots in talent, or my 13 selection in talent. So for talent, I decided to make sure that intimidation, leadership, and subterfuge were at 3 dots, as those are all very useful skills or talents for a adventurer to have. I also took dots in empathy, expression, and awareness. Now they are not as high, but they're all good for social interaction. I put my lowest amount of dots in knowledges. Taking 1 dot in academics, just to make sure that Max is literate. 2 dots in finance, and 1 in occult and 1 in politics. And for skills, I decided to place 3 dots in etiquette, as that is also a very useful skill, especially in handling situations in a professional environment. 3 dots in performance, 2 in larceny, and 1 in stealth.
Sounds good. Now, to let the people who are following at home, in the Sealyverse, a person who doesn't have a single dot in academics, based on the if you don't have dots you can't do it, I generally run that as they are illiterate. Some players actually like the idea that their character doesn't know how to read or write, so I have that ability, but it's easily alleviated by 1 dot, which generally I look at is high school education. 2 dots is college. 3 dots is master level courses, doctorates, and the like. All right. That concludes that portion. Rock, got a question for you.
Yep.
At what point did we leave off with your character?
I think it was flaws.
All right. Next is going to be disciplines. Each clan has 3 disciplines. And you have a total of 3 dots to allocate towards there. I have given the option that if somebody wants to start with no backgrounds, they can actually have a 4th dot, but backgrounds are very important. So please feel free to fill in your disciplines and go from there.
We do have 25 experience points, correct?
Yes, at the end, everybody will have 25 XP to spend on their character.
Sounds good.
For a second, I forgot what the 3 clan disciplines of Tremere were.
Auspex, Dominate, and Thaumaturgy.
Yeah, I looked it up. I was like, oh, wait a second, I should know this.
No worries.
Or you could just say just thaumaturgy.
Not everybody builds a character that way. It's true, everybody can put all 3 dots into one discipline if they choose, or spread them out. And this is a good point to bring up. There is a lot of people who feel strongly about building characters one way or another. This way is more efficient, this way is, the correct way, and there is no correct way to make a character. I mean, there's incorrect ways, you cannot follow the rules at all, but beyond following the rules laid out, how you make your character is how you make your character. And every character made correctly is fine. While there are more efficient ways or more statistically, mechanically benefiting ways, there's nothing wrong with any character. Because failing is just promoting role-playing.
It promotes tears.
And that's why Tremere are great in games, because their chronic failing always opens up new opportunities.
I
Oh,
remember you said that.
shots fired.
I don't know how what clan are you?
Ventru.
I don't know how the Ventru suit keep lighting on fire.
Hey now.
I don't know why I keep summoning blood slugs.
Blood
Come
slugs.
out of nowhere, it's slugs.
So, I talked about him a little bit on the last stream. I should wait till willpower. I will wait till willpower for that. All right. It's a little bit quicker around this time with only 2 people creating characters, but that's fine. Caden, how did you go with the allocation for Max?
So, with Max, I decided to allocate my 3 dots evenly spread. So I put 1 dot in Dominate, 1 dot in Fortitude, and 1 dot in Presence. just to give me a solid base for my character as I progress.
Sounds good. And Bandit?
I put 1 dot in aspects and 2 in thaumaturgy.
I see what you did there. Bandit is well known for being unhappy with my puns.
Well, I would also, I'm unhappy with them, but I also unhappy if you stop, because they are part of who you are, but they just make me want to kick you in the face.
I have been told by many people I have a kickable face.
Oh, they're excellent.
That made me sad. I'm sorry I said that.
No. Mallow said, "Me too, man." Mallow also legendarily hates, but loves secretly, deep down inside, my puns. I've even caught them punning on occasion, and I take complete credit for it. Well, myself and another wonderful client by the name of Amy, who is pretty nice, Rock. Rock just posted, excellent.
God.
Amy is also a fellow punster. Pardon me a second.
Just throw puns at Mallow so she suffers.
Just remember, they have to suffer through my punishment, but they don't need to tolerate other people's. They will eat your face, Rock. They are the mightiest person I know.
Did you say pun, Ishman?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to burn this Discord down. This Twitch. I'll burn this Twitch down, I swear.
I mean, I promote arsonists. I mean, they're hot.
Oh, okay.
Mallow just posted, "I'm going to get you Friday, Rock." They play in a game on Friday together. All right. Next goes to backgrounds. Backgrounds, all players get a small pool of dots to allocate into, I think, 13 or 14 different categories. So if the players would, please start filling those ones out.
I will be revisiting backgrounds with 3D points.
Yep. After everybody allocates things, they'll get to the freebie points. This is also where you can have merits and flaws. And characters start with a pool of freebies that flaws add to and then merits take away from, and allows people to personalize their characters. So, sorry, funny things in chat. So that not everybody is identical. You found a frog face, Mallow. That's good. Everybody misses Frog in their own way. All right, everybody ready?
Yeah.
Sure.
All right. Since you sounded so confident, Bandit, you can go first.
Okay, let's go with that. I get 5, right? So I put it 2 into generation. I put 2 into resources. And no, I go 1 into resource and 2 into mentor.
Very good. And Max?
I dumped all 5 of my dots into resource because Max is extremely wealthy. And that is one of the drawbacks of being just so rich.
Is money, yes, that's definitely it.
Money, money, money. Money. All right. So from here, we go to virtues. Virtues are the cornerstones of what makes a individual a individual. It is our set of values that we view in life. Now, the Sealyverse doesn't use the humanities system. I am not a fan of the heavy-handed, out-of-character punishment system that it kind of comes off as representing. So I generally use willpower as a line of a person's essence and opposed to humanity. I still use virtues, however, because the whole point of being playing in Vampire the Masquerade is you're fighting against the darkness that's slowly consuming the inside of you, your beast, as they may say. So, with that, we have conscience, which is your ability to understand that certain actions are heinous. Nope, heinous. Sorry, I was blending words. And
I prefer the first one.
heinous.
Yes.
Yeah, that's one of those, maybe he's touching the line. Just the tip, right? No,
Yeah.
sorry, everyone. So, conscious is your ability to understand and feel sorrow at your actions. Failing a conscience roll means that you think it is perfectly fine whatever you did, which is a path to callousness and letting your beast control most of your actions. Yes, Mallow, I caught that. Oh, nice. Sorry, I didn't realize that there's an auto mod that held something, but I will pass it on now. Sealyverse permitted the term anus. So, yeah, this is a first. I have no problem, this is a side tangent, my apologies. I have no problem with people using the word anus because, well, that's what it is. Scientific words and boring biological words have perfect place in regular human conversation because, well, the one thing that all humans can know for a fact and deeply appreciate is we all have an anus somewhere. Some of us have two. Anyway,
Wait, what?
I am not a scientist or a doctor. Do not take my advice as either scientifically or medically sound. I didn't.
Unless you possess the viscitude, in which case you might have 2 or maybe 3 anuses.
I'm very confused, but okay.
Anus is for everyone.
I know what I'm giving out for Christmas. All my players are going to get a spare anus, but it's going to be randomly appearing on their body, because that is funner.
Huh?
Merry Christmas.
I can't wait to everybody to experience Krampus.
No,
So, has everybody finished spending out their pool?
I have.
All right. So, Caden, Max.
So for Max, I decided to put 1 dot in conscience, giving me 2 overall. I placed 3 dots, which gives me 4 overall in self-control. And I placed 3 dots, giving me 4 dots overall in courage.
The music is getting kind of loud.
Yeah, it jumped up that one.
Better?
Yep.
It's just interesting that I can't select all of them and adjust their volumes.
Oh, so my character, Frederick, I gave him. He has 3 dots in conscious, 4 dots in self-control, and 3 dots in courage overall. Given that good spread, but self-control is also important because of reasons.
I don't know why anybody would want to have self-control.
I mean, I don't. That's why I'm in where I am in life. Anyway, I'll make this about me.
It's only about you 1/6 of the time.
True.
All right. From there, the virtues do give what your base willpower is. One thing I normally do on the character sheets is under where humanity is, I type in true willpower to remind players what their baseline willpower is. Because sometimes when you fail a virtue check, you lose access to your willpower, as your force of will, your access to self gets a little bit damaged. Luckily, vampires, given enough time, will always kind of drift back to net zero. So when a vampire loses willpower because of a bad virtue roll, or if a member of a certain clan uses a discipline on them, which strips away willpower, after 7 days of uninterrupted rest, days as in when the vampire sleeps during the day, and opposed to 24 hours, they gain back a permanent willpower. It is not a permanent loss, it is just a temporary lowering. Now, however, this has led to creations of wights. Wights are vampires that are completely controlled by their beast and no longer have any a vestige of humanity. And we are actually blessed today with the reason why the very first wight happened in my game. So everybody, give a round of applause to Bandit, who made another player lose their character on accident.
Thank you. Well, I didn't make him lose it. There was a poor decision, then my poor decision on top of it.
Do you use demontation, right?
Dementation's not used in the Sealerverse. Nightmare. Bandit, would you like to tell the story?
So in one of my first games, I was playing with Shamir, and I did something in front of a character. I basically, what I do, I summoned fire in front of a character, I think, but turned on the lighter, and I was using magic in front of someone I shouldn't be using in front of. And this character had spent most of the willpower anyway, as I remember, Sealy.
Yes.
And very low willpower. So when I caused a fire, he basically frenzied. And then, didn't he go shoot someone? They lost the willpower for frenzy. And then, as in a frenzy, they killed a random person in the hallway. And I think they lost their other willpower that way and became a wight.
Yep, they actually botched the roll, lost 2 of their willpower, which they had 2 left, and became a wight. Mostly because they were very, very happy with Dragon Breath rounds, which my personal opinion is Dragon Breath rounds are something vampires should never use, because it's pretty much the push button receive frenzy.
Yeah, but a lot of MMOs seem to like using them.
Yep, because it's cool.
So, wait, let me get this right. They spend willpower to resist the frenzy, then possibly kill the random person, which makes them do a conscious roll because they just killed a random person. And then because they botched, they became a fight.
So they had spent a lot of their temporary willpower getting successes on rolls earlier in the session, and they had gotten themselves down to 2 temporary willpower left. Then this chain of reaction of they failed a frenzy check. They went on a frenzy, and when they got out of the frenzy and realized that they had just casually slaughtered a person in a hallway, they did a conscience roll, which they then botched, which caused them to lose 2 willpower, which shifted everything down, and that's how they became a white.
Wow.
It was an unfortunate chain of events. Unlike the second time. I mean, in retrospect, it's hilarious. I felt bad for the player, but it's not like somebody walking up to an elder Malkavian and trying to poke them with a protean claw and having them drop level 5 nightmare on them and stripping all their willpower away. But that happened to somebody else in a different story.
Well, that person just deserves it.
Shout out to the player if they're listening. We appreciate you. Their character's ghost still haunts Reno, by the way. In the Sealyverse, ghosts happen twice as easy in the Reno Basin in Nevada. For non people who understand the geography of the United States, Reno is located in Nevada, which is pronounced Nevada. So we have reached the point of freebies, which is also the merits and flaws. So everybody gets a pool of freebie points. And Rock, do you remember if we started with merits or flaws last time?
I think we started with flaws. Because I didn't do my other backgrounds and merits and stuff.
So I do have a set of rules for all the characters to follow, which can be found in character creation. It also tells what disciplines a caitiff can start with, and so on. But pulling up flaws. Oh, as a side note, if people might notice that I've switched to a dark background because I am not a monster. But I had to go through every single file because some files were still reading as the black letters instead of switching. But after about an hour's worth of button pushing, I eventually figured out how to fix them. So everything should be correct. I do have a plan to create either web page or something so people following can find the individual rules, but I haven't quite figured out what to use. So any suggestions people have, please put in the chat below so I can get that so everybody's on the same page. I tried to make my game readable to the public, but to find out that it doesn't work the way it sounds like it works, so we will eventually figure it out. Mallow Wolf 666 just suggested Yahoo groups, and my knee-jerk reaction is Yahoo still a thing? Then again, I every now and then see people with AOL Gmail, so what do I know? So the flaws, the rules and clarifications. Infernal Vitae is only worth 1 point, because the fact that you can't embrace vampires doesn't come up so much that it's worth as much it is. Mel the Toothy just said, Yahoo? Yeah. Live Turtle. Should I post everything on, what was that, Meedle? I can't remember what the before live journal thing was. It was me something. What is that? I should post everything on 4chan? No. I make 4chan jokes and I've never been there, so I have no idea what I'm actually making jokes about. Welcome to being old in the internet. MySpace. That's not a good idea, Mallow. Yeah, Reddit's also one of those things I've never actually explored, so maybe Mallow the Toothy would be my guide to interwebs. Oh, I snail mail rock? To just put everything and mail it out to people?
Yes.
And that is the helpful tip of the day. Send out internet things via mail. All right. So, vengeful, you can take it as revengeful, which is basically vengeful. With the flaw, you are expected to have something that your character's already upset about. Oh, I guess I could, be like that one movie and print out every single person, carrier pigeon, and I go to their houses and here's the list of my game. Who the hell are you? I got 6,000 more look at me thinking I have 6,000 people in this thing. Math is hard. Okay, dear person 1 of 6,002. Here's my game. Who the hell are you? We should focus.
Get around my house. Get
Yeah.
off my lawn.
We've all heard that. Anyway, so revengeful is you get people to be vengeful about. Flashbacks, Cast No Reflection, and Grip of the Dam. Players can read these. I kind of went over them in detail over the last session. And if you'd like to hear that, please feel free to review my last session as I shamelessly self-promote. So feel free to go through the flaw list in the core book. Also, if you see something in Lord of the Clans or Lord of the Bloodlines that is applicable for your character in a reasonable way, and opposed to taking it just because it is cool, please go ahead and do that now.
Gotta love flaws.
Right? I actually, myself, when I build a character, I start with the name, and then I go directly to flaws. Because that's pretty much what all my role-playing is going to be built upon.
That's probably a smart way to do it.
Different editions go about when you add flaws differently. And not only editions, but different World of Darkness settings. But I think the first is... Mel the Toothy put in, I usually pick gender last. And it's interesting. Some characters just, turn out one way or another. I have played a wide assortment of gendered characters myself. I even played in a live-action role-playing game, a LARP, a female character who was a Nosferatu, so it was a little bit like playing gender roles on easy mode, since Nos is technically their own gender. But I did dress up really, really nice for one big event. I even made my own dress, sewing it together out of, 2 dresses. I think it looked okay. I felt bad taking apart a Donna Carradine, but... I have sewing skills. It's a thing with the males in my family.
It's inverted Infernal Vitae is 1, correct?
What was that again, please?
Infernal Vitae, you said is only 1, not 5?
Correct. Yeah, because Infernal Vitae of 5, I mean, it's a lot of flaw points for something that really doesn't come up much.
I don't think it's ever covered in my games.
So, and with this, while the characters are making their life and death choices, I would like to once again shout out to all the people following and viewing. Thank you so much for following us today. I hope each of these sessions gets better and better as we get more familiar with the whole process. Please remember to like and subscribe. And if you're not a follower, please follow. And you can see when all of my new stuff comes out here and on my YouTube channel, which I think also have a Sealyverse, but it might be Sealy. It's a little confusing on the YouTubes. So Rock just posted, I have not tried to make a female character or any other gender. I do not think I could. And that's perfectly fine. Once again, it's just like making the way you build your character. What you feel comfortable role-playing is 100% normal. Just 100% correct. I didn't mean to say normal. I was reading and talking at the same time. To some people, I have known a couple people that have always played just the opposite gender because their whole stance was, I get to play, the gender I am in the real world, so here's an opportunity to roleplay something different. But everybody has to walk their own path and feel, experiment as you choose to. Actually, I was very, very blessed because I had one client message me and saying, I am starting the transformation process and I would like to explore this in your game. Would it be okay if I do this on a serious basis? And I said 100% yes, and everybody in the group supported them. And it was very, very special that she allowed us to help her with that journey. This is also the person that passed away, so sorry. I am Mallow Wolf 666. Correctly correct me, and it's a transition, not transformation. My apologies for misusing the wrong terminology. Sorry, I am still not completely over her passing, and I should move on from this subject because we are here to have fun and support all those who need all the support and those who don't need support, because we're going to support you anyway, because you know why? Because F-bomb you. Ha! You thought I was going to use it. So, everybody done with their flaws?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, good, because I was just, sharing mine over the internet. Support me! I do support you, Mallow. I support you so you can support me, because we're all supported. Don't worry, I am lifted and separated. Well, wait, I'm sorry. Different type of support. Anyway, Bandit, what flaws did you go with?
I'm not quite finished.
All right, then Max.
So I did buy some flaws. So I went Beacon of the Unholy, which is a supernatural flaw. I felt that Max would definitely give those clergy members that he interacts with a not so good feeling. I also took Sleeping with the Enemy, which is a social type flaw. And I feel like it would add to his character to have a relationship with somebody who might be an anarch or a Sabbat member. I just haven't figured out which yet. I took Dark Secret, which is going to go along with that. And then Impatient, because, of course, Adventure being impatient is extremely accurate.
Fair enough. We can figure out who you're sleeping with during our vignette. I am going to have every player have a small vignette. So we develop, a little bit of the backgrounds, the flaws, and get them on the ground running for session 1. How you doing, Mr. Barron?
Good. What is that flaw? Merit I can sleep outside the chantry.
It's called Outside Haven. It's you can find it in Lore of the Clans, in the Tremere section of Merit and Flaws. But that is a merit. It's a 2-point merit, if I recall. But we're not on to merits just yet. We're still on flaws.
Alright, so flaws I have prey exclusion. Because I figured he, with his past, he just doesn't like feeding on. Basically, he doesn't like feeding on the downtrodden. If that makes any sense.
It does. So, no feeding from poor people,
Pretty much, yeah.
or no feeding from homeless.
Yeah, something along those lines, yeah. And he has thoughts presentation because going in line of him, he flubbed trying to be a real person or like acting normal in front of the prince.
Well, your introduction to the prince hasn't happened yet, but if you
Alright.
want, we can set that up to have happened. But since your characters have not been released at this point, that's going to be the first session. But we can definitely make that happen if that's what you like.
I would like that. And I also picked incomplete understanding. So he doesn't know how things quite work yet.
So I hope you don't mind. I don't normally do this in my normal games, but in these games, I'm going to put up my storyteller veto on incomplete understanding. You are a member of the Tremere, so so you have the rules and regulations have been drilled into your head, and you had been destroyed and opposed to being released. Now there is a flaw. I think it's cloistered, which might have that effect on you. Let me pull up Lore of the Clans real quick.
Well, I just go with new kid.
And new
Sorry,
and
go ahead.
I was thinking, and new kids, you're new to the city.
Yeah.
All right,
That's okay.
we can represent that you have been transferred here and you are not from Las Vegas.
Yeah, I was just gonna say something like that. Okay, awesome.
Yeah, cloistered. Just to finish the thought on that, it's a 2-point flaw. You've spent almost all of your undead existence in the halls of the Chantry, making kindred society rather new and confusing to you. You suffer a 2 dice penalty on any social interactions with those outside of the Tremere.
No, I'll go with that. That's better. Where's that one found?
That is in Lore of the Clans under the Tremere section on page 219.
Alright, so those are my 3 flaws.
All right. So next, we can move on to, well, let's start with merits first. And here I have just put up on the screen my this is my list of rules and clarifications of merits. The most important thing to remember is no merit can give bonuses in a player versus player situation. Normally in my games, I dissuade people from taking in player versus player actions, light stuff, and secondary effects, those happen. But I find for a balance of a table, nobody has a good time if players are fighting each other, because unfortunately there's going to be winners and losers, and some people don't like to lose. So, and once again, I went over this in detail the first session we had, first episode that is. So I'll just quickly, there's explaining of acute senses, what additional disciplines are, code of honor, common sense, false reflection, language merits, time sense, true faith, and the only banned merit that I go with is ocular ability. Mostly because I do not script out anything I do. I run completely from the top of my head. So oracular ability allows you to, as a storyteller, feed plots that are upcoming, and that's kind of hard because most of the time the players know as much as I do about what's going on in the future. There is a new merit, danger sense, which I have been on the fence about removing. It's something I pulled from Changeling, but I don't. It's okay if you have Auspex, but it doesn't seem to work very well. There's Quick Draw, which is a new merit, which allows you to draw out a weapon, a named weapon, as a free action, and the clarification on Iron Will, which doesn't affect Mythicaria. So feel free to fill out your merits, and then after that we will move on to spending freebie points. Just a heads up, after we get done with the merits, I'm going to call for a short 5-minute break. And that way people can spend their freebie points a little bit if they want to, or do bio actions, or lead raids, or whatever you want to do. And when we get back, we will then continue on.
Plot the downfall of the other person.
I mean, you should be plotting the downfall already.
True.
I mean, Shamil, man. Shamil.
Right? Actually, Tremere don't get to plan out the downfall. They're handed a list of people to downfall, and they just have to follow it.
There's sometimes a step-by-step instruction on how to go with the downfall, and we get in trouble if we don't follow a step-by-step precisely.
So, just a little exploration into the Seelie versus Tremere. The Tremere are very powerful. Eventually, they could learn a relatively alternate version of every discipline just through thaumaturgy. Thaumaturgy has a slightly worse version of every other discipline, just about, depending on what book you're going through. And their clan flaw is weighty. It is basically the first drink of Vitae counts as 2 steps bloodbound, and opposed to 1. Which has changed from the original stuff, which is the flaw of being a Tremere is you're a Tremere. But I have added a little bit of a additional flaw to being a member of the clan, and that is clan bureaucracy. The Tremere clan, they're kind of a pyramid scheme. There are different ranks on a pyramid, and the higher you are, the narrower it gets, and you have to, one, have mastered a complete path, which is the type of magic, pardon me, that the Tremere do. There's the Path of Blood, Path of Flames, Path of so on and so forth. I don't know if they're the first pyramid scheme. I mean, pyramid schemes have been around since there was, 3 people and one of them had an idea to sell. But hey, bring your friend, and we'll, you will be working for each other. No, so I add that the Tremere are super into paperwork. Fair enough. So all everything that you do within the chantry has paperwork connected to it. I took this inspiration from Mr. Douglas Adams. May he rest in peace. The man was a genius. But so Tremere, to even get a pencil from their dispensary, they have to fill out 3 forms completely and make sure that they do it correctly. So that's why many Tremere have high marks in academics, because they know how to fill out paperwork. So, have we stalled enough? Is everybody ready for the merits?
Yes.
Indeed.
All right.
Yep.
And this is when we catch Rock back up to us. So, welcome, Rock, player of Jonathan Davis. Daniels,
Yeah.
the cousin of Jack. Rock, did you want to do a real quick reminder of your character?
Yes. Jonathan Daniels, a gambler in Las Vegas. He calls himself the best gambler in Las Vegas. And he's a toreador, and his style is Bastion Bourbon, a high status killing machine, or the champion of the, I don't know.
The Prince's Champion.
Prince's Champion. That's Jonathan Daniels.
Excellent. For those people who are playing here, I'm going to be sending a private message as to who Bastion Bourbon is.
Private message.
Well, it's the concept of the character came from a LARP I played in, and I didn't want for people to get upset for me completely stealing their IP, so I have changed it enough to protect the innocent. Alright. Secret message sent out. And in case all those following us right now wants to know what the secret message is, it is drink Ovaltine. Alright, so, Rock, what merits did you go with?
I chose Lucky as one of my first merits. He is a lucky individual. Lucky provides a reroll on rolls. The reason why he survived is partly because he's lucky. Who knows? Let's see what happens. And then I chose Acute Sense. I believe you have to pick a sense, and I believe I picked Sight, but maybe it's all of them up.
It is one particular sense, but you can take it multiple times for multiple senses.
Yeah. So for his 1 point in Acute Senses, it picked Sight, because you need to see things when you want to see someone cheating. You need to catch them by seeing. And then I got the Eat Food merit. And it's just defining, like he just want to eat food, and that's kind of the thing he does. Eat food, drink some blood, dance with women, total things. And the third and final one is Hidden Delobble. I don't know. I picked that because, who knows, it might never be useful, or not. I just like the idea that, one day he could be still over. Oh, one knows. Except for Chimio, because they always know.
The great thing is it goes really along with the eat food merit. No,
Yeah.
Now, is just for those following, vampires cannot actually eat food. I think it's mislabeled. it should be store food, because it's pretty much what you do. You eat food, it stays inside of you, and at some point later you have to remove the food from you.
I mean, you could disable it if you have eat food merit.
I
You
get-
could disable the food.
I guess you get everything doesn't take us like ashes, and that's so there is that. Now, just remember with the hidden diablerie that the black streaks that appear in a kindred's aura from diablerizing somebody um, last in a person's aura for about a year, and then they fade. So having the hidden diablerie merit just means that your aura doesn't show the black streaks at any point, the black veins. But you will always be able to be sensed with a Tremere using the very first thing they learn, taste of blood.
Yeah, don't worry about that.
Speaking of Tremere, Bandit,
Oh,
what merits did you go with?
I went with concentration because I figured, from what I've read, it just pretty much means I can. My difficulty is not so high when things are interfering with me from trying to pay attention to something, like loud noises or a lot of people moving around, something like that. So, given his pass, I think he's learned to focus on things when he's had to. I also picked, which is a merit of 1. I also picked harmless because he's a bumbling fool. At least he comes off as a bumbling fool, and so no one's gonna be like, that guy's not. He's not gonna be. He's not a threat to us. But
You're harmless.
Is coldly logical because of reasons, and that one I can't seem to find in Lord of the Clans because I can't seem to find Lord of the Clans media.
Outside Haven is
Yeah,
a 2-point merit,
There you go.
and it reads, you maintain your own private haven outside the Chantry and Tremere control. Most Tremere are expected to rest in the Chantry, where the clan can keep an eye on them. However, you have been trusted with a little bit more privacy. This might be because you have already proven your loyalty, or perhaps they are just trying to test it.
So outside Haven is open, and his haven is literally the office in the store.
Fair enough. Last but not least, Max.
So for Max, I decided to go with 2 clan merits. I went with Majesty, which gives me a -2 to social rolls, just from the way I walk, talk, and act. And I took Piercing Gaze to make my Dominate more potent.
All right, and that's the only ones you're going with?
Yes, those are the 2.
All right. And that is the wrapping up of the merits and flaws for all 3 people. With that, we are going to take a 5-minute break. And while we step away and refill liquids and dispose of liquids, and you can fill in whatever you like. All right. We will be right back, and thank you all for following. All right, we are back. Has everybody returned?
I never left.
Caden is here.
All right, so that's also a good idea. A cost increase would be reasonable. We were talking in chat about the merits enchanting voice. Enchanting voice is very, very good. Now, I know a lot of people limit it by having it not affect disciplines. So either doing that or increasing the cost would be two ways to alter it. So, this is a good point to point out for all players. And every one of the players in this are people from my normal pay-to-play games, which you can find on Roll20 under the name Clee, C-L-E-E. But I do allow players to move points around on their character sheet for the first three full sessions that we play, because every now and then we will come up with a character concept, and making a character concept on live air might make some people prone to making decisions that they later regret. So if down the road things that we've talked about here seem to be slightly different, that means a player has used their rights, or I don't know exactly what it would be called, but have taken advantage of the fact that they can move points around. With that said, all right, now to on the freebie spending, which is exactly like it is on the main book, other than freebie points cost 2 freebie points per dot of willpower, since willpower is a very important attribute in the Clee-verse. Is everybody ready?
Yeah.
All right, let's start with Max.
What am I doing?
Just describing where you spent freebie points at.
Okay. So for Max, I decided to drop most of my freebie points, which I had 17 left over after merit and flaws. I decided to drop the majority in background. I took some in generation. I took either mentor to indicate that my mentor is prestigious or powerful in some way. I also took 3 in influence to give Max the capability to influence. I believe I'm going to go with law enforcement for my major, and for my minor, I am going to go with civics, so we can control city politics, or at least attempt to. And I spent 4 on willpower to bring me to an 8 overall.
Sounds good. Let's go with Baron. How did Frederick do?
Frederick spent, I dropped most of them onto increasing his aspects, so he has 2 in aspects. So he's 2 and 2 in thaumaturgy and aspects. I also increased occult to 4. And I overall increased a few other minor skills. I increased his alertness and subterfuge, and I think that's pretty much it, because increasing discipline saves a lot.
It is a pretty hefty cost.
Yeah, but I went with it.
All right, and Rock. What? Go ahead.
I spent some 50 points more on adding that chanted voice. Because chanted voice is great. And I got 3 in resources because you have to have money to make money in the gambling scene. So he this is his money to get his gambling. And I chose allies. You need an ally inside of the casinos to make a good buck, So, yes, allies in the casino. A casino. Not sure which one, but I don't know. And then I put another point in status. I know that in character creation you get status 1. And I thought maybe he had a little bit more status since his silo is Bastion Bourbons, and maybe done a bit more. Maybe he's more known in the city, in the vampire world. And then I spent some of them in attributes. I think it was a mentor, and then some on knowledges in academics, because you need to be good at the game, to good at gambling to be a gambler. So, yeah.
Fair enough. Now, the one with the status, now do keep in mind that you're going to be coming in as a status 1. So,
Yeah.
would you be interested in the sales pitch that would be a point in Toreador status?
Bordeaux status. Oh yeah, that will work.
And for people
Right.
wondering what I'm doing on the screen, I forgot to bring over 2 of the handouts. I was going to get to do that last session, but after last session, but things came up. And all right, that sounds good. Now all of you will get 25 experience to spend on your character. You can find the experience chart on page 124.
I did not know we get more experience after this.
It's true. It would be under P. Yep, it's just your character's gotten a little bit experience, and I don't know. It was just a nice little kicker that Jenna always helps.
I appreciate it. I should also bring up, I took one more flaw. I took Sire's Resentment.
Fair enough.
Because my guy, I mean, I can work this out with Seeley, but my guy kind of unintentionally fooled his sire into turning him into a vampire.
Nobody likes that.
So I'm guessing that probably hurt the sire's reputation in the clan, so yeah.
Oh, that's new.
What?
Sorry. On Roll20, there you can now make PDFs.
Oh?
I will explore that later. I love when Roll20 comes out with something new and doesn't really make a note about it. Like they changed the graphical format like last week. I'm like, wow, look, a lot more pink. But I'm not going to experiment now because we're live and, people are expecting entertainment.
That's bro.
So the fun thing about having where I'm showing exactly what's happening on my screen is all the little minutia that I generally hide while the players are chatting or doing all that. People at home who are following. Ooh, pardon me. Those who are following at home can see me, doing the little tweaks that storytellers need to do to actively keep things moving. So if you're done spending XP, let me know. I have a feeling that this is can be lengthy for some folks.
Again, see this so I don't have to look through all your handouts. What's the cost for raising backgrounds?
The first point in a background is 3 XP, and then each one after that is 2 times current level.
Okay, thank you.
I have spent all of my experience.
I also spent all my experience.
Jesus Christ.
No, Sealy, but I understand. I mean,
Yeah.
Disciplines are expensive.
yeah. What is? Let's see, 25 XP. That's like 2 dots.
No, that's 1, 2. You get. Actually, I got a couple dots actually.
It's actually 4 dots, theoretically.
I mean, I can see that. Or if you wanted to, it could be the first dot if you didn't have a dot in something already, because the first dot of any discipline is 10 XP. The great thing about XP is you can also buy disciplines of other disciplines, and we'll just figure out, why your character would know these things. of
It's
common.
just in the blood.
to-
In the blood has thaumaturgy. No, what?
Well, no, that's what the merit additional incline discipline. It is your blood has, for some reason, this quirk that you also know this. But thaumaturgy, and this is something that I don't know if other people explore, but in the Sealyverse, thaumaturgy is a two-part discipline. You can learn it. You can have the ability to, do these things. But if you don't have the education of the spells, the rituals, the steps you have to go through, it's not a complete knowledge. So anybody who has thaumaturgy, it's great. You have thaumaturgy. Good job. Unless you have access to an occult library of a certain standard, you can't make it better. It's also along the lines of you need to have access to somebody who has the rules of Path of Blood. By the way, just to double check, that is correct. Mallow just posted. Same with necromancy. Same with any type of magic discipline. As a side note, also in the Sealyverse, a individual cannot know more than one flavor of magic, because pretty much you tie up your entire belief system and all that in that one flavor. So if you know thaumaturgy, unfortunately you can never learn necromancy or vice versa. And just to double check, go ahead.
If you know thaumaturgy, can you learn dark thaumaturgy, or is that just corrupted?
At the top of my head, it is part of that rule set that I don't really do, because I don't even think dark thaumaturgy is in the core book.
Yeah, I think it's in one of the clan books.
Well, for the Sealyverse, and I only focus on 3 books. The core rule book, Lore of the Clans, Lore of the Bloodlines. Any book that is out there otherwise, I will sometimes look it over if somebody really feels strongly, and if they take efforts in-game to learn something. But there's a lot of stuff that's just a hard no. Like,
By the way.
quick question for you, Bandit. Is your primary path Path of Blood?
Yeah.
All right. That is, 90% of all Tremere start with that. So I just wanted to double check to make sure that you didn't want to be one of those Tremere.
Yeah, one of those. Ones who shall not be named.
The good Tremere, who realize the Path of Blood is not that great.
You can take your druid propaganda and leave it in the game that you play in. Or I will post a picture of what your character looks like, and we'll all make comments.
Literally do not care.
Well, you've taken all my power from me.
Actually, prefer you to do that, 'cause he's great. He's great.
Maybe in a session we will make references, or who knows, maybe the Archons will come to town and everybody will get to meet Mr. Magoo. I mean, Kian.
Okay.
Since all the players are players from other games, who knows, we might have guest stars of their characters. I haven't quite decided on it. But Mallow just pointed out that my son, who plays in one of my games, also is playing a Tremere. I have never been more disappointed in my life.
Hey!
I mean, Tremeres are great.
Tremere,
I mean-
best clan in house.
I played a Tremere once. It was a 12-year-old vampire, literally 12 years old, and then ended up being a Cenobite, I believe. So,
Yeah. Good times. Anyway, Bandit, please go over your XP expenditures, if you would.
1 second, my Rule 20 had a problem, but I am just loading back up. Okay, so my character sheet, I dumped more XP into a discipline, so now I guess level 3 thaumaturgy.
Nice.
I also dumped more into. I just dumped into a few things. I dumped it into so his wits are now 4, and his academics are now 4. And I think the only other thing I improved was athletics 2. Everything else, because again, dumping everything into disciplines takes a lot.
Yep.
So, and also increasing base attributes takes a lot. So yeah, that took most of it right there.
All right. So everybody's character at this point is complete. Has everybody loaded up new pictures for their character yet?
Yes.
Indeed.
Well, I'm going to change your folders into your characters' names. It's important not to forget the E of Frederick. It's not Frederick, it's Fred Eric.
I was trying to decide the spelling.
And Joe Nathan.
I can't wait to use presents. I have never used presents in a game before. It's gotta be great.
Presence is one of those disciplines that takes a little finesse because it can go very wrong.
Yes, I have experience in that category.
Freddie Ricky. that would have. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Rock.
I'm not gonna drop mastery upon everyone. Boom.
I definitely.
I dare you to do it.
I would do.
One of my longtime clients has a long history of. I don't know. I like to think of it as Love Potion 69, His Majesty. He will Majesty people, and I'll roll, and they are a little obsessive after the fact, and then it's pretty much them stalking him. And once again, as we spoke in the warm-up, that stalking is a horrid thing that is a terrible thing in reality. It is far too prevalent and too easy to do. But then again, this is World of Darkness, and everybody else in a group loves to see a person go through the terror of a person popping up out of a closet. Hey, I sorted your clothes for you. So,
I've been doing fingernail clippings for the last year.
I've sorted through all your trash.
Yeah.
Are you sure that set of underwear was, time to get rid of? Because, anyway,
Mind if I keep it?
I framed it. It's on my wall. Worn between. No, all right, and we got the max.
For Max's XP expenditure, I decided to utilize 2 dots for Dominate to give me 3 dots total. 2 dots and one extra dot in Fortitude to put me at 2 dots in Fortitude, and then I put myself at 2 dots in Presence. So I just basically increased all my disciplines.
Oh, I did not realize I skipped over you. I am so sorry, Cade.
No, you're good. I was like, I better bring this up before, in game, they're like, whoa, where's he pulling out this memory wipe stuff?
I guess technically I didn't tell you, but yeah, Presence 3, Presence 3, Celerity 2, and Aspects 2. Yeah.
All right, I just have to shout out to Baron. Now, all of the portraits and everything are great, but I love the Tremere portrait.
This is great. That's so good.
It was actually done by Portrait Generator. There's a thing online. It's called Portrait Generator, and it's done by an AI. And you can put in all these. It's not a lot of parameters, but it just spits out a bunch, and that's the one I decided to go with.
It's a very true mirror. Now, did you take the flaw bad sight?
No, but I will now.
Yeah, I was just saying, if you haven't maxed out your 7 points of flaws, your character wears glasses, own that shit.
Yeah, he has 6 points of flaw, so I've got a 7 point right there. Is that 1 point flaw, right?
I do not know. I can double
I think
check.
it's 2, actually.
I think it's scalable. Like, you can put more dots in it to have more of a drawback.
Oh, okay.
Are we gonna have like a Velma moment? So like you're gonna use your glasses.
Bad sight is a 1 or 3. So at 1, your sight is defective. Difficulties of die rolls using your eyesight increased by 2. At the 1 point flaw, the condition is corrected with glasses or contacts.
Well, I'll put the 1 point flaw in then, because that's I only have room for 1.
So, does that mean if you're wearing glasses, then it'd be fine, but if the glasses get knocked, you're going to have a...
Plus,
Issues.
yeah, plus 2. Yeah, the Velma situation. Jinkies, I lost my glasses.
How will I dominate you if I can't look you right in the eye?
I mean, I usually have to. Oh no, I'm not going to say that on screen.
As a side note, Mel, the Toothy, said, or he could just wear them to fit in, and they don't even have lenses. And I have to take a strong stance. And I have strong feelings about things, and I try very hard to dull them down when I'm working. But as a lifelong glasses wearer, I have issues with people who wear the lensless frames to have that I wear glasses aesthetic, because all I see is, you bastards. I wish I had the option. But, I mean, we all have our struggles. First world white people, white male adult problem.
Hey, no, that's true. I wear glasses since I was a teenager, and yeah, I don't care. But again, it's a lot of things. Yeah.
It's just, I'm working my way through grudges until I start yelling at clouds. I'm not there yet, but within the next 10, 20 years, yeah.
Old man yells at clouds.
Yeah. That half-century mark is creeping closer every year. It's nice to think that I'm a time traveler. We're all time travelers going in one direction at a almost fixed rate.
That's true. How do we all know we're not aging fast or slow in each other? I mean, have you seen what's his face? You know, the guy with the face and the hair.
Oh, that guy?
Yeah. Keanu Reeves. I mean, yeah.
How did I know you meant Keanu Reeves before you even met him with the face with the beard?
I don't think.
Keanu Reeves?
The face and the beard.
I don't think he's the same Keanu Reeves anymore, because his catchphrase is no longer "Whoa." Now it's "Huh." So it's totally different.
I just go with the dark timeline that like John Wick is that Bill went to military school.
I actually got to work in a job with his cousin, and I made I made the "whoa" joke, and she jumped on me verbally, to be
I'm
clear.
gonna murder you in the face.
Yeah, he is the nicest guy. You should not. And I'm just like, whoa, calm down. I do understand that some people are that defensive of their family members, and I guess he will be glad to hear that. Of course, when he listens to this, stream.
Yeah, undoubtedly will come across this in this Twitch streaming.
Right. I mean, because he has free time between building motorcycles and being, the most awesome person ever. I'm just glad that there's actors that we can look up to and actually go, yeah, that's a good person. I will support your films and not feel awkward about it.
I might make fun of you in Bram Stoker's Dracula. You try to do a British accent, but other than that, I love you.
sometimes stepping outside of your range is difficult. As a person who is unprofessionally trained and does voices horribly all the time, Mallow just said, "Don't jinx it." Yeah, I want to fight against that, but I can't. So, they are correct. All right. So we have everybody's character done. The names are up on the board, and I'm trying to think, is there anything else? Oh, for people who want to start with equipment, the general rule of thumb is everybody gets to start with a piece of equipment, reasonable piece of equipment, for each dot of resources they start with.
Awesome.
And under the equipment tab, there is a gear folder that has been basically built off of going through all the other splats, because the vampire list of equipment is very slim.
Very true.
Unfortunately, Mallow just said Tesla, and I was said, unfortunately, Tesla has already been claimed by the, I think it's the Toreador. So, nobody can have Tesla. He is a member of Clan Toreador.
Damn it.
But, hey, Baron, feel lucky. Your clan has gotten, why is my brain forgetting the other person of that love triangle?
Oh,
Edison?
Yeah, Thomas Edison is a member of Clan Tremere, so.
Yeah,
Oh, why?
I think Edison should be the Venture instead.
I mean, I could see Venture, I can see, but he was a great salesman. I still love the fact that he tried to make a line of cement furniture popular because he inherited a cement company.
I mean, why not?
Right?
Can I
Yeah.
have a gold foiled pistol?
If you want to spend a second resource on it, sure.
Done.
You could have a pistol made out of gold. That way, when you fire it, the whole thing melts and it's useless.
That sounds
Gold-
very Ventrue.
Gold foil.
All right, a gold patina.
Yes.
Pearl handled.
He's up. Heavy pistol.
I'm just putting my specialties in right now.
So you have a gold foiled Desert Eagle.
No rifle. I mean, it's a rifle.
All right. So you want a long
yeah.
rifle, long gun? Okay.
No, it's sorry, not rifle. Revolver. I think.
Revolver. Okay. So you want a heavy revolver.
Yes.
So you have a 357 Magnum, gold
Everyone
plated.
always goes for the revolver.
Well, because it does 1 point more damage, and I can't say that it jams.
And also-
Honestly, in every game I play, I always, like, even video games like Cyberpunk, I always go for a revolver, so I can't fault it. I just like the way they look.
They are cooler. So.
Now that somebody mentioned Cyberpunk, I would like to give a shout out to Mike Pondsmith and his entire family. Thanks for being some of the most awesome people I've ever met.
Yes.
Because that's what, being on the internet is all about, is calling out other people and thanking them for stuff. They're some of the nicest people I've ever met.
I love watching Mike Ponce's interviews. I've watched pretty much all of them on YouTube.
He is a revolutionary person. And to be fair, I definitely want to send a massive thanks and shout out to Malawolf666. They have been one of my, as much as I want to say best clients, but I don't want other clients to think that they are not as amazing as Mallow. But some of them have some, they have to up their game a little bit. But
Hey, wait a second.
I'm just saying in general, Mallow has set a bar that I would not expect any other client to go for, and I am very, very thankful for them. And this is not me blowing smoke or no, this is the truth. They have made my life better knowing them. And I strongly recommend, if you have a chance to get to know Mallow Wolf, then I strongly think you should. And if they say they don't want to get to know you, then step off. But then again, I mean, if I start gushing, I'm just gonna. My brain just looked at that, and two words came to mind, and I'm like, that sounded like a pimp name, so now I'm pretty certain I'm going to be having to make I don't know if this is a word I can say.
If you don't know the word, if you can say it, then it's probably not.
If I get bleeped at home, just so you know that I had nothing to do with that. But I think I want a pimp named Pussy Sugar. Just.
Oh my.
That, interesting.
It seems a very pimpy name. And have him like the whitest, skinniest dude ever.
Like a pasty. Pretty much if my premier guy was a pimp, that would be his name.
Mostly, I was actually thinking of. There is a brilliant actor that plays nerds, and it's not the one from the 80s. He was in Lost. Well, he was a bit part in Lost, but he was. Oh, what is his name? Sorry, I don't want to spend too much time on it. He was in a movie where he was a kid in one school, got transferred to another school, and he was, reinvented himself.
I have no idea, man.
Sounds like any 90s movie.
Oh, this is a recent actor. He has a very interesting name.
Steve Buscemi.
I mean, you're not wrong.
I do not like any of these specialties for academics.
DJ Qualls is his name. And how Google helped me is I typed in skinny nerd actor. So the internet knows who he is. But I just picture, DJ Qualls.
Is that Scott Pilgrim versus the World guy?
No. He was in The New Guy. Oh, The New Guy was the movie I was talking about. Road Trip. Well, he was actually in Z Nation.
Is he 10K? That's his name.
He was in Supernatural. He was Garth Fitzgerald the Fourth. He was in Creepshow, Citizen Z / Simon in Z Nation.
Oh.
He was in.
Zen Nation.
No.
Oh.
Yes.
Z Nation.
No.
It's Zen Nation.
Get out here.
He was in the Time Traveling Bong. He's just been in a lot of movies as, himself. He was in The Big Bang Theory as Toby Luberfield.
Oh, I know you're talking about now, I think. I don't like Big Bang, but I know that is.
But he's a great actor. And, a lot of people, they're like, I have a look. I'm playing this look. But he, he's got range. Hollywood, give him more work.
Shout
Yeah,
out
I
to
do
all the
not
Hollywood
like any of
executives
those.
watching this.
So go ahead.
Shout out to all the Hollywood executives watching this stream.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah,
Hey,
no. This might show up. Might do something. It's not executive.
Hey, I might get viral for a non-horrible reason.
I doubt that.
I don't want to say I agree with you, but, there is bad famous. So, unfortunately, I cannot think of anything else to do We have 2 more hours. So for Jay, Frederick, and Max. Well, Jay has already gone through his vignette. What was that?
The screen, yeah.
So for Frederick and Max, we'll have to schedule that for a different day. But I was thinking spending the last 2 hours working on Jonathan's vignette, since Rock and I have a hard time. Oh, and Mallow says I should plug the YouTube. So please, once these are finished, they'll be loaded up to YouTube. And I find the easiest way to find me is to type in Sealyverse. But my YouTube channel is Sealy. But unfortunately, there's a couple of other Sealys. I'm pretty sure it's pronounced Klee, because since it's a, I want to say Filipino rapper. I could be wrong. But I didn't mean to. I was just like, what do you mean? So look for my very distinct logo, and those will be mine. I am not a rapper.
Have you ever tried?
I have, and the people I handed those presents to cried. Mel the Toothy also pointed out it's also linked on my Twitch page, so please click the link. It'll make it easier to find. And once again, it always feels weird plugging things, but if you are watching or listening and you like what you see, please remember to like and subscribe, because I do this for people like you, and people not like you, and people not like me. I do it for anybody who thinks this is awesome, and anybody who thinks it's horrible but still follows anyway because they love me. So, if you guys wanted to hang out and interject, that would be perfectly fine. But I have a feeling that watching what's about to happen to Mr. Rock is going to be hilarious.
Oh, sad.
Unfortunately, I'm going to go take a few more hours of sleep.
That is fully reasonable. So,
You're eating.
next session, which will be at the same time, noon, on the Pacific Coast, and differently than noon elsewhere. There's also the 11 o'clock warm-up where we slide in, get used to things, and just shoot the proverbial ducats.
Poopy.
What was up at next week?
Next week is going to be that we have all the characters created, so it's going to be the session 0, getting everybody familiar with Seattle, where I will go. Sorry, Las Vegas. A lot of my settings in Seattle, so it's a habit. I will also go through all the members of the city and pretty much do a very, very deep dive to familiarize everybody. Also showing off maps of various locations around the city that are very popular, such as BB's. I think I showed off Club Seal Vegas last week, but we'll go through all those places, including the Prince's throne room, and everybody will hit the ground running, as they say. The week after that is going to be our first session, which will be known as Tithe Day, which happens at the end of the month, every month in Vegas. It's where the members of the city, Mallow just shared a heart because they are aware of the character BB. But at the end of the month, the last day is when tithes are due, and it's pretty much paying rent, because if you're not earning in Vegas, you are asked politely by the large group of Bruja to leave.
Politely? Bruja? Those words don't go together.
Maybe I am lying. Maybe it's a euphemism for something.
Euphemisms. Words. I know what words mean.
I mean, if you prefer, Bandit, I can use oldenisms if youth is too confusing for you.
Anyway, I gotta go, guys.
All right. I appreciate you, Bandit, and I will talk to you later.
All right, see everyone. Have fun.
Bye. Now, for the record, Bandit is actually younger than I am. I just like teasing him because he is the closest to my age.
I'm old.
Ish.
Well,
I remember when I was your age.
How old is old?
Well, for those following at home, I am 46. I know I sound like I'm 12.
Ah, that's how old my character is.
12?
No, but 45, actually.
Oh, well, you know, there's a huge difference between 45 and 46, and it's a year.
But he's chapter 45?
Oh. Just because you've seen pictures of me in that, you know, Playgirl model.
Bye.
Nothing.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I've never had a point in my life where people wanted to shoot cameras at me. No, that's not true. I think I'm pretty cute. And Mel the Toothy says that's not that old, and I appreciate you. Thank you.
Yeah, they're just saying that. You're old, silly.
I'm old enough that I have to be aware of the adult age of people I talk to, because
yeah, I'm getting there too. I make a reference to something from the 80s and 90s, and adults look at me and like, "What the hell are you talking about?" I'm like, "You're in your 20s, aren't you, you little?"
Yeah. Many times I make references, and the people that get it I appreciate, and the people that don't I have to explain. So
I just stare at them angrily until they leave.
I am not allowed to do that. I am here for entertainment and customer service purposes.
And we can't tell when you're staring at us.
I mean, that's true, because I keep on finding the cameras that you place in my house and remove them.
I mean, you haven't found all of them.
No, I'm leaving the toilet cam because I'm thrilled by it.
I'm making a nice little video. No, I'm just going to stop right here, and I'm going to...
Where does this conversation go?
All right. This is one of those points that I have a rule in my games, and it's called decorum. And players at any point can say decorum because the conversation's wandered off, and we are here to play a game.
Yeah, the conversation wandered off into videotaping poops, so I'm going to leave.
All right, take care, Bandit.
Disconnected from your
I have
channel.
a scientifically known affliction called squirrel brain, so I get distracted by shiny things. So with this, before we launch into Rock's vignette, does Caden or Maz have anything they want to say real quick?
Nope.
You want to call out some people that you know that would be watching?
I'd like to call out Seeley, an awesome storyteller who rocks.
Never heard of him.
Fishing for compliments, I think.
For now.
I was meant for you guys to shout out to other people or other streams and all that because, you know, cross promotion is what we're doing here.
I'll give a shout out to Mallow.
Yeah, definitely shout outs to Mallow and definitely a shout out to Mel. Between the two of them, they have made this stream amazing, and I deeply appreciate them. So, with that, let's start a vignette. And I'm going to change the title to, once we get done today, to include that this has a vignette in it. So,
Never do that vignette. Let's see how this goes.
oh yeah. So for those that I don't know if I've said it or not, a vignette is a 2-hour one-on-one session that I normally run on my professional side. It started because a player wanted to have some private time to run around and do machinations on their own, but they didn't want to take up the game's time. So it is something I charge for, but it is a side thing. And to prevent pay to win, because I always try to keep very on top of that in my games, because I always want the players to be at the same level. The rewards for it in my sessions, not in this. This is a just a help running for Twitch things. But in my games, they get a vignette point, which is a ghost 3 point they can put somewhere in their stats or background. It reflects the stuff they work towards, but they only get one of those a month. So nobody can really, do a vignette every week and get more powerful than the rest of the group. Because I have discovered that keeping all players the same power level makes that they're happy. Which is the reason why I don't allow players in my games to become princes or people of any significant influence, because it's nobody really likes role-playing the second banana unless that's the character they built. Everybody is the rock star in their own world. Speaking of rock stars, Mr. Jonathan, how long have you been in Vegas?
He's been in Vegas for 25 years. He came to Vegas because when he was getting, bored in life, some of his friends like, hey, come to Vegas with us. And he just never left.
Because he was arrested and thrown in jail, and
no, he just found the love of poker and stayed, and also spent all his money, so he couldn't go back.
So, you have been in Vegas for, 25 years, the majority of your life now, and you are playing at a place called the Flamingo. I think it's the Flamingo Caesars. Currently, I think they joined them together. I just wanted to pull up. So it's the Flamingo Club. That is just slightly off. Is a casino hotel on the Las Vegas Strip in Paradise, Nevada. I mean, that's fair. Mallow said it's my world, do what you want. A lot of people like having a little bit of connection. Just so you know, permanent shows, Piff the Magic Dragon and RuPaul's Drag Race Live, and Mr. Hollywood himself, Mr. Las Vegas himself, Wayne Newton. So, this place has been servicing Las Vegas since 1946. Its celebrations coming up in December. It has had many names over the years, but now it's the Caesars Flamingo. You are gambling. You are in a high-end poker tournament, and a woman walks by, catches your eye.
Has his hand started, or is it still going on?
It is a commercial break, since this is being televised.
He goes to him.
She notices you walking towards her. She stops, turns, and gives you a megawatt smile that makes the room darken because all you see is her.
How you do? Hello.
Hello.
Nice.
Oh, it's great to meet you. I've been watching you for a while on the television.
Really? Yes, I played a good game tonight.
Oh, yes, you have. I have been very amazed. Oh, hi, my name is Isabella Morrow, but you may call me Bella. Everybody does.
Hello, Bella. You can call me Jonathan.
Because your name's Jonathan?
Yeah.
That's
Or you can
clever.
Call me John. Special for you.
John?
Yeah.
Well, that's exciting to meet you, Jahan. Well, I need to go, but I wish you the best of luck. and she will come up and give you the lightest kiss on the side of your cheek. All right. As a side note, Rock, there is some echo that we're getting from your mic. Sorry to interrupt role playing. Just it was getting noticeable. The narrator says, unbeknownst to Jonathan, a large pink kiss mark is on the side of his face and he is unaware of. So, you go back to your table, and the dealer is getting ready to deal.
Is it better now?
Yes, it is. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Give me a perception and empathy roll when you look at the dealer.
Okay. Did she just enchant me with enchantment?
You don't.
Yeah, I can imagine.
But Belle left, but the dealer is who you're focusing on at the moment.
Okay, perception.
And in case you're wondering, Belle's appearance stat was 4.
Oh.
Her dress is probably somewhere in the $10,000 range, however.
Whoa.
It is definitely custom and expensive.
I like to re-roll that. Can I use my luck?
Since that is a fail, yes, you can. So you are allowed to use luck 3 times a story arc, but in the Sealyverse, that translates to month. So every out-of-game month, you can use your luck up to 3 times, and I think so. In opposed to total. And let me just double check one thing while you're re-rolling. And remember, willpower is important, but not always. For those at home, a player can spend a temporary point of willpower to get +3 dice, and ones do not count. But they get to determine when that's important, and a player can only spend 1 point of willpower a turn. Do you have a specialty that's applicable?
I do not.
Alright. So, the lucky merit. You were born lucky, or the devil looks after their own. Either way, you may repeat any 3 failed rolls per story, including botches. You may try only once per failed roll. So it has to be a failed roll and not just trying to get more successes. But in this case, that is 4 successes. And you look at the dealer, and you can tell the dealer spots the mark on your cheek, and there is something that passes across her face. Now, 3 successes is a complete success, and you got a 4, so that is a complete success with a little bit extra. There is now you don't realize that there is a kiss mark on your cheek.
Yeah.
And it is of a very, very hot pink color. But the dealer spots it, and you notice that her demeanor towards you changes a little bit. It's no longer as professionally cold, and it just feels warmer, but you're not exactly sure why.
He smiles.
And
with a large grin.
well, she doesn't, she keeps professional demeanor. It's just you can just see just by some of her minute body actions, since that is what your character does, is read body language. You win this tournament. There every round that you do, you get just the best of draws. I mean, their winning hand was an actual dealt to you royal flush. Now, I know that the 5-card draw is a very, very popular televised type of poker. But in this casino, they... Not 5-card draw, I'm sorry. Thank you for following. I am spacing what... 7-card draw... 7-card stud? 5 card... Alright. My watching of professional gambling is not always on point. But they actually do 5-card draw in this, and opposed to 7-card stud, the one where you're dealt 2 cards and everything else comes up.
I think that's...
Oh, Texas. Thank you, Mallow and Rock, for chiming in at the exact same point. So they do 5-card draw because that's more traditional, and this is the Sealyverse, and I say it goes.
It's also about specialty.
It's more about, it's not as good on the, camera. And it's funny how much of those poker tournaments they cut away because it is just mind-numbingly boring. Because if they don't have the perfect, whatever, they will toss the cards. This is more reading your opponent, and it's just caught on in the Sealyverse a little bit better than the other ones. So... the fact that your last hand dealt you a royal flush, and helped you win the tournament.
I'm sorry, guys. Your luck was just on your side tonight.
And like professional, and like professional poker players the world over, their response to you are very muted and controlled. I love watching professional. Now I don't know about the newest wave of professional poker players, but back in the day, before it got popular, when a poker player won, there was no celebration. There's just like, yeah, I won. Thanks.
He tries to get a round out of them.
So do you try to?
He's trying to get them to break their, facade.
Fair enough. Are you testing the auto mod, Mallow? That was funny. Sorry, distracted by Mallow. Gotcha. Mallow sent a. It's not bad. I'm just impressed with the auto thing capturing the "FU man" because Mallow is talking trash. I was thinking, what did I do to upset Mallow? Anyway, so if you're going to try to, make a scene, go ahead and roll me.
Not make a scene, but more like have their facade kind of crack.
Oh yeah. Mostly I was saying making a scene by, cheering, and were you trying to get the crowd pumped?
He's trying to kind of insult them in that way. Try to hit them a little bit.
The people that you... so you're basically going to talk trash against your... the other...
Talking trash, yeah.
All right, roll me charisma and expression.
Guys need to try harder. I was very sweating my sweating.
So your message doesn't really land. They are professionals. They are, they're walking home with, maybe not the $1 million pot, but definitely, good chunks of change. And I imagine you're kind of known for being the rocketeur. I don't know if that's the correct way of pronouncing that. You are well known for trash talking and being, that guy.
Yeah.
On brand. So, some of the other things finish up. You go to the awards ceremony afterwards. and you get a small surprise as the woman who walks on stage carrying the cartoonishly large check for $1 million, which was the pot, is Miss Bell.
Oh, Miss Bell.
Hi there, Jonathan. Congratulations on winning. You did a great job.
Thanks. I was trying to win for you.
Aw, that's so sweet. The MC, makes a big deal. There's champagne poured. And all sorts of things go on and on.
He drinks a good amount. And he always has a smile on his face.
Later that night, the ceremonies ran for about an hour. People started, moving off. And then you find yourself in the company of Miss Bell. She has a glass of wine, and she is just talking, and everything she says is all about you. How long you've been playing, how's your family, just on and on. There is one point that she does pull out her phone. She says, "Oh, pardon me, I have to talk to my accountant real quick."
Understandable. Understand.
And she sends a text, and there's no text back, just talking and burning the night oil. It's about 11 p.m. when she gets a reply, and she looks at it and smiles, and she says, "Excellent." Needless to say, it leads to you wandering. You are not drunk, you're maybe heavily buzzed, and find yourself in a just not the best suite in the entire place, but a suite that's better than the one you normally associate with. You're about to the point where you actually have like a permanent room in a casino.
Yeah, like he had a hotel, but he's here so long that it's just his, pretty much.
Well, many casinos have, professional players that they want to, hey, come and play in my thing to make it popular, because you're a known talent. You got dots and fame. So they comp rooms. So this room isn't like the comped room that you normally have, which is, they say they're nice, but a lot of times the comp room is, just a free place to stay. This is a suite. There is $1 million artwork on the walls. There is a, grand baby piano made out of seal bones. You don't really know. There is lots of fur and even more pink. But again, this is the flamingo, and the whole flamingo vibe is pink on pink.
This place is beautiful. He jumps down.
Oh, this old place? So, there is not much precursor once the door is shut, and we will aggressively go to fade to black. But fill in the you are tackled. It is a lot of pank, as Mallow points out.
Tackled by who?
You are tackled by Miss Bell herself.
He's fine with that.
The last thought that probably passes through your head is, did she play for the Raiders? The hit was hard, and fade to black. You don't wake up for a while. You are in a super comfortable bed. No light comes through the window, so the fact that there is a loud bang. Now you feel that you have slept for a very long time, but it's also, you are sore. You are certain that your pelvis has bruises. I don't know if your character watches cartoons, but there's probably a point that your brain went, "Is this Death by Snoo Snoo?" But so you know, being a night owl anyway, sleep through the day with no much effort. So the slamming of a door jars you awake. It is not the casual slamming of a door that you would hear in a movie, but it's the slamming of the door that there's no bouncing back of the door because it embeds itself in the wall. And you hear a deep, clear voice that is has a pretty strong Chicago accent. "What the fuck is he? You had somebody in your room. Shades told me. Who the fuck is this guy?" Now, Dad. Don't dad me. I said no boys in the fucking room. And what do? You'll bring a boy in the room. If I find him, he's going to be half the man he used to be when he came in here. What do you do to hearing this very loud bellow in the foyer?
This is not the first time angry dad came after we just had sex.
Dad,
So-
husband, significant other.
So he's going to. Is there a balcony on this?
There is a wonderful balcony. Are you going to go out on the balcony naked?
How far is that noise from?
This is a very large penthouse, multi-floored. It is very loud. So your guess is there in the foyer, which is the entrance right after the door. You are up a set of stairs, down a hallway, into a pretty much a corner of this entire floor. Your professional determination is you have enough time to dress quickly.
Would he know? Would it be better for him to stay or not stay? That's my question.
As a storyteller, I'm not allowed to tell you how to act or how to react to the situation. All you know is you clearly did not hear the door bounce. A lot of times when somebody throws open a door, it hits the wall and bounces back, but you heard that door bed itself in the wall. Whoever slammed open that security door to that strength is not somebody you're going to want to meet.
He's going to get on the balcony with pants only, so half dressed. And because he's half dressed, the reason why he's half dressed is he's going to leave behind a note. Love you, my love, and then leaves.
Class. All right. You look down. You have bruises all over your body.
You don't know if I don't like it, Wolf?
I'd never said you didn't like it. I just said that there are bruises. Especially like around your upper arms. There's clearly two tiny little hand bruises. Because keep in mind that Miss Bell, she only stands about 5 feet tall. When she's not in very high heels.
What a wonderful woman, he says, and he goes into the balcony.
All right. So there is a very small ledge that you can see goes off the balcony over. Now, keep in mind that the Flamingo is quite a few floors up.
Is there a way to slide on, like, the edge or something?
Yes. In a very, very, what is that? I'm trying to remember the guy who wrote, and it was a Stephen King novel. But anyway, very Cat's Eye-esque, going around the ledge. It is about a foot wide.
Yeah, he's like to slide himself over on the edge.
All right. So, if you would please, roll me a dexterity and athletics as you're trying to keep your balance on a unreasonably windy edge, far enough up that you know if you slip, you are dead.
I like to use willpower on this.
sounds like a good plan as you focus a little bit on, you know, the doing this task. So feel free to get +3 dice, and ones don't count.
Mm-hmm. And I have lightning reflexes as a specialty. Probably doesn't apply.
Cat-like reflexes is pretty much exactly what crawling on a ledge would be all about.
No, lightning.
Oh, lightning reflexes. Not as much. You actually want to do the exact opposite of going fast, as you are trying to, you know, slowly move yourself on the edge. Because in this, haste may spell death. I'm trying to find how many floors. Nah, I give up. Lots, I'm going to say. Oh, 28 floors. You are pretty much on the 26th floor. To give you.
Doesn't go like away, just a few probably like 10, 20 feet away, sideways. So when he leaves, gotta come back in.
So, you slide out there. Now, are you facing towards the window or away from... Well, are you facing towards the wall or away from the wall?
He's facing towards the wall because, you know, I don't think it's safe to go other way.
Fair enough.
They just do that in movies because it's, you know.
Because you don't want to watch the actor's butt as they scoot along?
Yes, so he's like sliding backwards and putting his ear to the wall so he could hear what's happening.
So your back's to the wall or back's away?
Back's away from the wall. So
Gotcha.
his face is pushing into the wall.
All right. Just wanted to double check. My brain gave a wrong image for a second. So now you didn't spend very much time looking out the windows when you came into the suite, but now that you're on the outside, it is kind of strange that there's no windows out here. This is just the stylized. It looks kind of like a window, but touching it tells you that it is just a painted-on window.
Some people like their privacy.
There is a bang. Oh, by the way, the 44 was your roll, correct?
Yes.
So you got 4 successes. So you are secure at the moment. The wind is it's not too bad at the moment, but if the wind picks up, your difficulties will also go up. There is a bang much closer this time as your guess is the door came off its hinges. Whoever this person is, they are causing a lot of damage to the suite. And that wasn't a thin door. You're in one part kind of amazed, on the second part in flight mode. And you hear from the open balcony, "Look, there's clothes right fucking there. Where is he?" I don't know, Dad. He must have left. What, off the 26th fucking floor? Did he go out the window and... He went out the fucking window, didn't he?
He's moving. What do you think?
So, scooch. Alright, give me another one of those rolls. As you've reached the edge of the building. Now, it's a pretty wide building, but you have a clear view of the balcony. So, you're going to have to navigate that corner.
I'd like to use willpower again.
Alright.
Because this is his life or death.
It seems a reasonable thing. Luckily, you're lucky. Yeah, and remember that I will not remind you to use luck. It is your job to remember to use your merits and merits. It's my job to remind you to use your flaws. Let's see. That is 1, 2 successes. It is so lucky you use that willpower.
Yeah.
There was a terrifying moment that you are scooching your foot around, and you are on that, kind of butt in the middle of the air, and a breeze comes along and goes, "Hey!" And there's that brief vertigo of the nope. Okay. And your weight lands on the other side, and you keep scooching, and you see along the ledge, far to the other side, another balcony. And you're pretty certain that this is not a balcony connected to Belle's room. So that might be a safe landing.
He goes to it.
All right. Give me one last roll. You hear the sound of shattering glass.
So, did he say anything about the letter?
He hasn't spotted the letter unless you wrote it on the wall in crayon or something.
No, he put it on his clothes.
Oh, you wrote on the back of your jacket?
A little piece of paper and put it on his clothes.
Oh, okay. No, but you hear the shattering of a sliding door. Now, you left the door open because, we're in a rush.
Yeah.
So, you assume somebody shut it at an aggressive level of force. Clearly hearing you the fucker must have jumped off. I mean, obviously, he was scared to face me. Oh, I hope so. Wait, maybe he's in the bathroom, and it is loud enough that even though you're around the corner, you can still hear it as you inch along, and that's
We're
one. Okay,
yeah,
so
I spin it.
and now, please remember to declare beforehand. But you do slide around along the edge and eventually get over the balcony. When you clear the balcony, the balconies are pretty wide. These are designed for multiple people. There is a mat that is on the floor that has a wear mark along the center of it, and there is there's no better word. There is an umbrella stand that has swords sticking out of it. I mean, they're sheathed, but one looks like. I mean, you recognize that. Well, does your character have any dots in melee?
No.
So it is. You recognize a sword because you lived through the '80s, so you know it. And that's a katana because it's got that funny little grip at the end. But there's basically a umbrella stand that has 3 swords sitting in it.
So he gets on his balcony, cleans up his hair a little bit.
Priorities.
Pulls his pants up a little bit, tighten it more, and he's like, okay, time to talk to this person who went for this crazy guy with the sword.
It's sad that you had to break up your suit. I mean, it was tailored. There's 5,000 G's just gone.
I'll get it back. And I see it okay.
You lost your big funny check.
Oh, I could get another one. It doesn't matter.
It's not the real check. I mean.
So, yeah, he goes in, and he doesn't sneak when he goes in, but he's actively looking for someone who's pulling out a gun to shoot him.
So you just open the sliding glass and walk into the suite?
Yeah. So
it slides open. This room is very tonally different than the last. How many dots of academics does your character have?
3.
All right, roll me intelligence academics.
That's funny. I'm just going bad. This guy's supposed to be like.
Yeah, you just walked into some fancy whorehouse, you think. There's lace. There is a four-poster bed that has thick, you would guess, velvet. Who uses velvet? The place stinks of roses. Just, it's cloying. It just clogs your nose. If your character has any sensitivity to those things, your nose instantly goes, nope, I'm not dealing with this. And there's a man, almost looks like a child in a way. He's young. He's probably 18, 19. Even though his body is very thin, the muscle definition is just off the chart. What's the term? Cum glitters? He's got abs for days. His hair is brushed out, and it falls in like water, like a waterfall cascade from his head. That is a almost unnatural level of red. It is just gorgeous, and while he is not fully naked, he is, he does have a pair of. You're not sure what that style is. It is, not. I mean, they almost are like parachute pants from the '80s, but you're not clocking that fashion trend.
Mm-hmm.
And he starts talking to you, slightly surprised. Does your character speak French?
No.
So it is.
Hey, hey man, how you doing? Sorry to bother you. I just had to get out of a bedroom problem here. I do not speak Francais. Apologize. Road code and all things. I just want to get out here, man. I had some good times with this woman named Betty. Belle. My bad. Hello. Nice swords you have there. Yeah.
So
Cool.
this is even strengthening your thought of this guy as a high-paid prostitute. Look at him. He's gorgeous. He smiles. It's a very, disarming smile. And he keeps speaking in French to you. He's using a shush tone, and he smiles and nods. And he walks up to you. You do not see what hit you in the head. It was something probably from behind. The briefest second you're like, is that a sword? And then you're out. Hunger. There's this little spark of awareness that happens in you. You've been in a very dark place. Your body hurts all over. Now, you have a big bright flash pain off the side of your head. But that all is beyond the fact that you are starving. Every essence of your body wants you to feed. But you also are super weak. And then something touches your lips. And the smell, it's definitely the smell of the tang, that metallic tang of blood. But your entire body just leaps for it. You feel it coursing down your throat, burning as it goes. It is the taste of life. It makes all of your synapses scream. You have done drugs. You have had sex with, $10,000 a night, prostitutes. You have lived a life, and this turns all of that to gray ash. You have never experienced this. it just burns through your body, and you only thing is you say yes, and then then you fade back out. Pounding, you can hear. Bang, bang, bang. And you're pretty certain French, yelling. What do you do?
He gets up. What do you see? Am I able to see at all?
You open your eyes. Everything is blurry at first, and everything stays blurry. You've lost your sight. Oh wait, no, you just can't see without your glasses. Oh wait, I'm sorry, wrong character. Let me strike all that. For some reason, I was thinking of Bandit's character. You actually have acute vision, so your eyes open and instantly focus. And you look around, and you're in a very plain room. It's a big room, but you're laying on a mattress. There is a crystal decanter and a wine glass, and inside that decanter is thick red liquid. This is the point that you realize that you're naked.
Unaffected by being naked.
It's not the first time this has happened to you.
He's like, did I get kidnapped again?
That's when the hunger hits. You are not as ravenous as you were, but you feel thirstier than you've ever been in your life. Your brain tells you that you are about 50% full of blood. And you're not exactly sure why you know that you're 50% full of blood, but you know that you are 50% lacking of blood, and your body wants more. More.
You said the wine bottle or was it a canter?
It is a cut crystal decanter. So it's a fancy pitcher that has a hinged lid.
Is there any wine cups?
There is, in fact, a wine glass, also cut of the same crystal, next to it.
What was it for the pitcher into the wine cup?
You would expect your hand to be shakier at this point, but it's steady as a rock. Sorry. Pun wasn't actually intentioned, but it totally works. And when you open up the top of the lid and that smell wafts out, there's a brief flare of just drinking from the decanter itself, but you have the self-control and the class to pour it into the glass and drain it.
He sniffs it a little bit.
It's a smell that you have been familiar with various occasions, from one situation or the next. Feel free to fill in the situations where you would have a face full of that odor. But it's not unpleasant. It is... You don't feel that you can salivate anymore, but you feel that the little areas in your mouth twitch that used to, encourage salivation.
He swallows it and then drinks down quickly.
More. You want more. There's still some in the decanter. It's a little clumpy, which is... There's a small voice in the back of your head that's super ew, but you don't care. The chunks go down as smoothly, and you feel it hit not necessarily your stomach. It just passes your throat, hits to your body in general, and diffuses. And you feel your body just fill with it. It is cloudy. Mallow posted it's cloudy. I'm like, cloudy, yep.
I need your smoke. He pulls in another cup. This is the best blood wine, whatever this is.
Now, just to check real quick, I don't remember you mentioning it, but did your character take addiction nicotine?
No.
So your brain says you need to smoke, but your body, it doesn't register your body.
Your brain, like, maybe the addiction doesn't pass on to his own life, right? Or maybe he just did it because he liked the taste of it.
I mean, when you're alive, not that you know the difference at this moment, your body would have nicotine cravings, and you would, find that you would get, angsty, all the side effects of smoking. But you don't have those. So your brain's like, hey, it's time for a cigarette. And your body's like, eh. So that thoughts... Yeah, that on the other hand, that's a stronger craving than any addiction that you've ever had.
He looks around for like a paper towel or a towel to clean his face.
There is a embroidered napkin. It is of red color. And it has a gold bee embroidered on it. That when you finish the carafe, and now you're only you're at 60% full, but the carafe is empty.
Puts his cell phone in his face.
You are still naked. You do see two doors. You see a door that is a robust door. That's clearly the door out. But you see a more fancier, lighter door that would be suggestive of a closet.
Goes to the closet.
All right. I assume you open the closet?
Yes.
And a clown jumps out and stabs you. No, Sorry, wrong game. You slide open the door, and there is a small selection of clothing.
Anything nice?
All of it's nice. It's all of your clothing from your house. How is your clothing from your home here?
I must be kidnapped by one of my stalkers.
I mean, it is possible. It's not the first time.
Okay. Is my gun in it? In the closet?
No. No electronics, no accoutrements. There's no, Rolexes or any of the fancy things, but your suits are there. And a couple of, everything's hung up, but there's a couple of your casual clothing, but your best suits are there.
His casual clothing is his formal clothing.
You're one of those, I wear a suit to go to the beach.
Yeah. I just go to the beach, but yeah.
Well, remember, you're in Las Vegas. There's beach everywhere. They just forgot to add the water.
And his formal is not really formal. They are, like as in the picture, more unformal.
Gotcha. Casual.
Puts on.
You feel better with your clothes on. Now, it doesn't sound like you have any hang-ups about being naked, but there's just something about you feel more you with your image intact.
Is there any cards in the closet?
There is there's no little items in anywhere.
He straightens up, makes everything his style.
Fair enough.
This
It does make it a little bit... Sorry. There is a little bit of trouble because you don't actually have a mirror on the inside. But you know your look well enough.
He goes to the other door.
Now my question is about your hat. I can't quite tell. Is it a fedora, trilby?
Fedora.
It's an actual fedora.
Yeah.
Just wanted to check.
It's even a fedora on the game, and like.
Because the difference between trilbies.
It's not. It's a trilby.
That's what I thought. I was just double checking. And it's fair. A lot of people mistake trilbies as fedoras. They're similar, but trilbies have a shorter back, and the brim flips up in the back. And I am not going to disparage trilby users because they get enough. Well, anyway.
Does it have my glasses?
Roll. Actually, let's spin the wheel because we have this fabulous wheel here. So.
Because he does wear sunglasses 99% of the time.
No glasses.
I guess everyone had to be ruled by my beautiful eyes.
Real quick, just to want to check with those at home. For those watching, is the stream blurry to you or is it clear? The reason why I'm oh good. Oh, that's even better than clear. It's Klazar. All right. Then it just mine is all blurry, so it might just be a problem with watching yourself or something like that.
Perhaps you should get your glasses checked.
Oh no! I wasn't even wearing glasses. And I'm hearing myself in the background. That's awesome. All right, so I just wanted to make sure. Don't worry, I'm also sending this out in low quality, so it totally matches up. Mallow says they're watching in low quality, and I couldn't resist the self dig because I'm not better. So you head to the door. What do you do? Anything particular?
He knocks a joyful little tune of do 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 do.
Nothing happens.
Nothing happens. I open the door to try to.
You successfully open the door, and on the other side is a balcony. The balcony overlooks the room that you were in earlier. What your brain calls bordello fancy. You see the gentleman earlier. He is fully dressed, and he looks like this. His sword is on his side. It is clearly a katana, but it looks bigger than a normal katana. I mean, not like, cartoon or, anime big, but it is slightly bigger than what you would, you've watched The Highlander at least 3 times, and that looks bigger than that sword.
Hey man, nice to meet you.
So, you're awake.
Yes.
I guess it is time for introductions. I am Bastian Bourbon.
Yes, nice to meet you. He bows and says, I am Jonathan Daniels. You probably already know that.
I
nice
do.
To meet you.
I have been asked as a favor of someone to bring you to the other side. I am apologetic, but they had a boon, and normally I would not embrace you. You are not my
Type?
You would be not the type I would embrace. Unfortunately, I only embraced members of my own family, but she had a boon in my name, and, well, you cannot say no to boons now, can you?
That makes sense.
Look at you, assuming that you know what a boon is. A boon is something that you will find out to be, the best of things and the worst of things, depending on which side of the boon you are on.
Is that boon just a word in a fable, a request?
Aye.
Common?
Yes, but there are boons with a lowercase b, and then there are boons, which is a capital, which is what we are speaking of. It is a favor. It is a favor that is owed by one kindred to another. Now, it is not necessarily the favor that kindred did, since they are tradable amongst the kind, amongst the kindred, but it is a ironclad system.
Can you gamble these birds?
I know of one gentleman in Seattle who is very, very often gambles these boons. I find the whole process ridiculous and the meaning, but what can you do? He is a gangrel. First and foremost, if you're going to be my child, which you are, for as long as it hands, you must learn French. I despise speaking English. It is a filthy language that is made up of various other languages. It was robbed in the middle of the night. There is no beauty to it. It is like cat shit on my tongue.
Yes, I could learn French. I want to woo those French girls. That would
I do not think that you'll have time to woo the French girls, since you have stolen the heart of I don't even know, a bruja. In case you do not know, the reason why you are still existing is because you have won the heart of one Belle.
Oh, he smiles. That's just wonderful.
As a side note, when you woke up and you looked at your body, the bruises were gone. I forgot to mention that aspect.
Yeah, I assumed that. So.
But for the people at home, he is unbruised. So, how about you come down here and have a conversation so I'm not yelling at you on my balcony?
Oh, yes, of course. Apologize. Yes, I'll come down.
So, you find the grand staircase that goes from where you're at. As you walk up, Bastion seems taller than he did when you first ran into him, but then again, he is wearing heeled shoes that at least give another 6 inches to his height. Dressed, he doesn't look as young as he did when you ran across him. He definitely looks older and a little bit more mature, but he's definitely, as you can see from the icon, dresses in reds, white, and blues. But for some reason, you don't get the whole sense of American pride.
I mean, my character dresses in reds and blacks, so.
Fair enough. So, how this is going to go? You are now my child. I have embraced you. Have you caught on that you are a vampire yet?
I mean, drinking blood is a vampire thing. I saw the movies, being Dracula and watching Dracula, cool.
Nah, that guy is an asshole. Anyway, as a side note, that the echo is starting to creep back in, Rock. Just please be aware of it. Yes, you are a vampire. It is nice that modern times has so much media to warm up the minds of new children. Do keep in mind that the sun is bad for you. You will not sparkle. You will burst into flames.
Sparkle? What vampire sparkles?
There is a line of books. It does not matter. What does matter is you are now my child, a proud member of Clan Toreador. I have watched you work, and your gambling skills are magnifique. But you will need more than gambling skills to survive the night, and especially survive our very own clan.
Hey, Thanks for the compliment. I work so hard on my gambling skills. You know, it's
yeah.
obvious you do it correctly.
Spare me that word. So many of the clan. I am an artist because I throw paint at the paintings. It is overused. I have ran across a gentleman who said that when I was prince, that his art was a martial arts, and it made me want to vomit, and I do not vomit. He did not survive the meeting, by the way, because I said, "Prove it to me," and he attempted to strike me down. I cut him. He died. Oh, woe is them. So, there are so many places I can start with your education because I will not have my child embarrassing me. You understand that. If you embarrass me, because it'll be even more embarrassing because you are not a member of my family. But if you embarrass me, I will kill you. Be clear of this. This is no romantic good work. I will kill you in the morning. No, I will cut you in half. Are we clear?
Yes, I'm very clear.
Bon.
Your sword's skill is so good, I did not see what happened. So why would I challenge that?
You have wisdom, at least to a certain degree, although sleeping with the prince's daughter does not seem wise, but bold. And it is bold, and it's the reason why I agreed, well, besides being forced to. But I would have complained more. You are very bold, and it is good. So, let us begin teaching. And I am not going to go through every single lesson, but he teaches you etiquette. He gives you a thoroughly deep and wide base education, but he keeps you as his child for probably almost a year. While some kindred get 6 months to 9 months, his teaching of you is thorough because he's not kidding. He doesn't want you to embarrass him. He is the champion of the prince. Now, people who know him from other timelines and other dimensions know him as the Mad Prince, and he mentions it in laughter that while he was prince, he was under a lot of pressure, but at the very beginning he discovered that if he played up being mad and unstable, fear is easier to manipulate people than respect. And you're never going to get respect from anybody that's strong until you prove it. And weak people will either instantly respect you or never respect you because they have no awareness of your strength. But in this environment, he's friendly, quick to anger, but doesn't get bombastic. He just has a high expectation, and any breaches of etiquette, he comes down on hard. Once or twice in your training, you did something, either you thought it was funny, or you did it on accident, and you filled the flat of a blade against your neck before you can see. And he says, do that again, and you'll face the edge. You'll face the edge is something that you hear from him. Not all the time, but enough to drill that saying into your head. Do this and you'll face the edge. They are not casual threats. But then again, you find that Bastion does not do anything casually. In that year, you get to learn about him a lot. He is ace. He is asexual. He has and he admits to this one evening that he has never found anyone attractive. He said for, a very long time he always thought it was a flaw with him that nobody ever measured up. But in the goodness of modern day, he finds that this is more common. And you watch him use a computer, and it is interesting to watching him hunting and pecking with his very basic technological skills. But he has them. Things that you glean is he is former royalty. You can even do some research yourself, and there is a royal line of people with the last name of Bourbon. Out of character, I don't recall all the details of them at the exact moment, but he is a son of someone. It was not the first son. He doesn't speak it, but you get the sense that he was a bastard son. He says that if you're going to be his child, learning to defend yourself will be important. So, if you wish to spend points eventually on having at least up to 3 in melee, he will gently push towards that. But since he doesn't, you get the sense that he doesn't really feel you're his, not necessarily his child, but you're his responsibility. But you imagine if you were actually a descendant of his, he'd probably be way harder on you. Which, the more you think about it, the more insulting it becomes. He doesn't hold you to a higher standard because he doesn't think that he can hold you to a higher standard because you are not you're not a Bourbon. You find that you have other broodmates that he has probably 5 or 6 still in existence. And he was the former Prince of Seattle. You also find out that he has a problem. And that problem showed up while you're still sleeping. Now, eventually furniture was brought into your room, but the room you woke up in is your room. At least while you're under tutelage. And then one evening while you're in practice, a voice said, "Why did you leave me?" And you heard Bastion do something you've never heard before. You hear him sigh. And it's not a disappointed sigh, but is a sigh that is sadness and of, I don't know. I don't want to say ennui because, that just is a little bit too on the nose. But he turns and says, "Hello, Nananua. How is my favorite protector? You just left me, Bastion. You let me think that you were dead. Why?" "Because I was no longer prince, and I made a deal with Amgrim. If he spared my life, I would disappear and never return. And it's not like I'm going to hide down here, but I did not want to argue with the Viking. Nobody told me. I would have followed you. It is not your place to follow me. I belong to you. You do not belong to anyone, no matter what your grandfather says." Coming into view is a hideous, nightmarish monster. She is about, 5'6", medium build. Her skin is a greenish gray. Despair. Let's get rid of Miss Bell here, who is probably still on your mind. And let me introduce you to Nananua.
So, for this, I imagine he's probably in his room still. Maybe he's looking through the keyhole, maybe.
You definitely probably have your ear to teal. Now, how much aspects did you go with?
2.
you don't need to put your ear to the keyhole to hear this whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
But if you want to put your eye to the keyhole,
Yeah, put his eye to the key.
I love the fact that I have all my things referenced. For those people who are new to Roll20 and are thinking about becoming a game master or anything like that, make yourself a master file that has your base of all your games where you can just copy and paste that game. It really saves time and helps to make references. Oh, and this is the old version. Anyway, not going to worry about it. Her hands, her arms end at her palms, where tentacles replace her fingers. She has this greenish-gray skin that looks slick to the touch, almost like she's fresh out of the water. She has large oval eyes that are, from this distance, they look solid black. But every now and then you see something slide across them with a slight reddish haze. From this distance, you really don't see too many other things other than all of her clothing seems damp and possibly moist. When she turns at one point, you do see that there's a ridge on her back. Aw, thanks, Mel. That is, looks like to be a somewhat of a dorsal fin. She's clearly aquatic for a member of Clan Nosferatu, which you have come to understand as the wretched monsters of the Camarilla. And it is a shame that they are so necessary and needed. But if Bastion had his druthers, they would be removed, if not executed, for being an affront to man. But he has strong feelings that you notice about some things. But
they're also ugly.
They range from ugly to horror movie-esque. You haven't gotten to meet many of them. You've gotten to meet one. Every now and then you get to go out on what Bastion calls play dates, where you get to meet other unreleased vampires, and one of them is a Nosferatu. But more on that at a later point. But she is there, and to your ears, it makes your heart ache. Her love for this man is unmatched, and his love for her is friendish at best. Now, you can hear in his voice, because you've gotten very used to it, and you read people very well. He has regrets with her. Maybe not the regret of, we never got together, never had a relationship, but definitely the regret of a person that took advantage of somebody else and now is in a situation that they don't have to, and they think of it as, an unfortunate event.
So, is his love, if her love for him is something he's feeling for Belle, apparently?
It is traditional unrequited love. When one person is obsessed, and you can tell that this is a healthy level of obsession. I mean, she is breaking traditions because she just broke into his domain, which is something that you've learned. You learned about the traditions and the additional edicts within the prince's domain. And you also determined that if there's one person Bastion is scared of, it is Prince Siegel.
Have you met Siegel yet?
You have not.
Okay.
Actually, you technically have. You were just leaving the room at the time. And you have come to find out over your tutelage that the only reason you were not removed from this earth is because Bastion used his right of creation on you, which is a right that he was given when he became the champion. That is the level of boon that Bell had over Bastion.
Imagine a blood boon.
You are correct. It is a level of boon that isn't life, but it is all but. And where she got it, who knows? But she used it on you. And if that's not kindred love, I don't know what is. It probably isn't. But anyway, Nan is destroyed. You have never loved me. I am unable to love you. I value you. You have killed many, many people in my name, which I appreciate deeply. I very much do. I respect you as a combatant. But I cannot love. I cannot give this to you. I have told you this. No. This is not. No, you can. You just don't because I'm so hideously ugly. Haven't you said that all Nosferatu should be wiped off the earth? Well, true, I do feel that. I think an exception for you. You are more wonderful than anything. More wonderful than French wine? Yes. More wonderful than French wine. I don't fucking believe you, Bastion. You know, I'm willing to give up Tony for you. I do not want you to leave Mr. Scaramucci. He is a wonderful companion and makes you a better woman. He's a fucking clay brick. He's like a vibrator with mouth. And you have mentioned many times how talented his mouth is. Do not distract me, Bastion. I am giving up everything I have for you, and you are throwing me out. I have nothing to give you. I am busy teaching a new child. It takes all of my effort. And have you spoken to the prince? I mean, he already has a scourge-like person. He calls it a Meister. Oh, what, the skinny guy? Yes. Meister Shades. Fine. I will go and talk to Shades. You guys have this whole challenge people and kick his ass. I will go kick his fucking ass, put him in the ground, and then you'll have to like me again. That is not what I am saying at all. I am saying that the prince might not like you coming in and occupying his champion's time. Oh, is champion more than being a prince? Huh? I mean, you used to use that, I'm sorry, I'm using it, I'm a prince, I can't, blah, blah, blah. Oh, I just murdered my favorite retainer, boo-hoo. Whoopee fucking shit, Bastion. I'm leaving, and I will be back. And when I am back, I am going to carve out a fucking piece of this city so I can be close to you because I love you. And you will understand this someday. You'll get through that fucking redhead of yours. Okay? God damn. And she just spins and the door explodes as she walks out of it, and you see her just fade away from your peephole. You hear Bastion softly say, "Do not speak a word of this, or it'll be the edge." And
Yeah, he says back very quietly as a whisper, "Yes."
the great thing about Toreadors is you don't have to be loud to be heard. He does go over to the old style phone, pick it up. Yes, concierge. I would need a replacement door, please. I have had a accidental exploding of mine. Yes, thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Time passes, as it does, and you have reached the point that you are so sick of being around Bastion because you feel... I mean, how do you feel? Let me not assume things.
think for him, it reminds him of his own dad. So I didn't yet explain his backstory a little bit, but he's from New York, and he grew up and got ordered by his father to become accountant. Be accountant, make money, be accountant. So when he looks at her, he just feels that warmth of almost a parent, but not really. So he listens, but once he knows he can get out of this room, he probably won't ever try to see him ever again, like he did his own father. So he's more of this is a wise person. It's not fun. I want to go back and play some poker.
Fair enough. And you at this point have a pretty long leash. It has been drilled into your head, though, that do not mess with tourists. Tourists are sacrosanct, which I think is how you use that word.
So they said mess with.
Do not use the disciplines on. Do not feed from. It is one of the edicts of the prince.
Okay.
And
But swindle their money in a gambling scene, but not anything beyond that.
And that is a more recent picture of Nan. Definitely captures her fearsomeness a little bit more.
Ooh.
You did notice that on her, she was wearing a stained hoodie that didn't have sleeves, and on the front it says Bill Spidell's Underground Tour. So, pardon me a second. After that much Nan voice, I need to drink water. If you do voices, remember hydration is important. Your polar vocal cords will thank you. So, buttoning things up. You have gotten to know the rest of the clan Toreador. And let me go over them a little bit while we are here. Because we are... Let's see, we started at noon. Yeah, we're a half hour from end of session. Is there anything you wanted to touch on during this vignette, or going through the clan Toreador sounds like a good use?
That also maybe, does he get to meet Belle after during the training, or was it separate? They didn't get to see each other for a while.
Your room doesn't have a balcony, so there's no chance of sneaking out. But once your leash got a little bit longer, Belle was there waiting for you.
He practically ran.
She has told you that do not mention these meetings at all to her father. She is meeting you in private because she agreed to... she pulled all these strings to keep you alive, but she doesn't want things to happen to you. And until you're officially released, you can be removed without a second thought. Once you're released, it'll take a little bit more. I mean, he's still the prince. He can still wipe you off the earth. But if you don't give him good reason, he has more important things on his mind than the person that is working with his, who is scratching my itches, as Belle would like to say. Now, you get to meet and get to know Belle more. Know Belle. She's a prize. Mm-hmm. She is at part-time super flighty and inconsiderate, and the word princess is very accurate since she was raised with no rules and pretty much all the power. And then every now and then the deepness of her shines through, and you find a really caring and loving person. But that person only seems to show up when it's you alone by yourself.
Mm-hmm.
That person, you don't find that person in mixed company. Then again, you're not supposed to be anywhere near her in mixed company, so there you have it.
Yeah. So you probably from her point of view, she's an angel every single moment ever.
And that is perfectly fine if that's how you see her. And you're like, oh, she's just acting that horrid way. She's special with me.
Yeah, that's what you're probably thinking.
Yeah, you don't think that you're her flaw as well. I mean, it's not really a flaw. I mean, her dad's not going to kill her for things. So, are you ready to meet the rest of your clan?
Yes.
All right. You've already met Mr. Bourbon. Allow me to introduce you to Bianca Bravo. Also, more commonly known as BB Bravo. She is the official champion for Clan Toreador. Every clan has its own champion. And a champion is a person, if a person gets challenged to the circus, or for this matter for the ring, she controls the ring. There's the ring and the circus. The circus is for important people or big situations. I will go into this more next week about what it means when I'm saying stuff. Uh-oh, my manager has woken up. So, everybody give some love to Yaga. She is my personal manager, and she has active comments about my job. Pardon me a second. Yeah, she's not a mascot. She's the manager. I will... as a side note, Yaga is also the godchild of Mallow. If people want to join my Discord, the Sealyverse, there's an entire channel dedicated to furry baby pictures, and there is multiple pictures of her in there. So feel free and join if you'd like. So, BB Bravo runs a bar called the Bravo Bar. Bravo Bar. And it's where the ring is located. The Bravo Bar is a kindred hangout that has a portion for mortals as well. So it's kind of one of those, we have the back room, we kind of keep to ourselves. So it's be on good behavior.
Is it a Elysium? Or is it...
Las Vegas has no Elysium.
That's no Elysium.
This is the different positions and all that I also will go over next week. But
yeah.
there is only one status 5 person within the entire city, which is Benjamin Siegel. There are no Elysiums. Nowhere is safe. And that is part of what Siegel wants it to be. Just a quick touch on the whole circus. In most kindred society, a person with higher status than you wins arguments. If you have a disagreement, if they have higher status, they are correct, you are wrong. It is the most simple, boiled down rule there is. There's always caveats to every rule, but generally, if a person's higher status, they win. In Las Vegas, there is a rule that supersedes that. Anyone in good standing can challenge a person in Las Vegas. Now, you don't have to, the person you challenge doesn't have to be in good standing. It's just a right for everybody who has paid their tithe. Because of this, if you win in the circus, if you win the fight, your point of view is the correct one, and the other person has to acquiesce to it. So there's been some fights that have made some significant changes. Once again, previews for next week. I will talk about the biggest one then. Let's just say it involves a caitiff. So Ms. Bravo is the champion, the official champion of Clan Toreador, and she's also was known to be Prince Siegel's favorite non-family member. This rubs Bastion the wrong way a little bit, but it's also because BB is brash and unapologetically Southern, and she has no problem dragging somebody who upsets her into her ring and pounding them just to pound their face in. Some people find her charming, some people find her terrifying. Got a good feel?
Yeah. For the circus, I guess you probably answer, but is it just melee, no range?
The circus, I will explore that more next week, but it is pretty much an arena. And most of the time is, the fight goes until somebody either, basically taps out or is knocked out. And then there is the option to seek permission. And if somebody chooses to seek permission, it's not required, but it is permission to end the opponent's life. And the prince will either give a thumbs down, which means he approves of your killing their life, or or he hides his thumb, which means that he does not give you permission. You've come to hear, at least through secondhand, that Benjamin Prince Siegel is a little bit of a Romophile. I don't even know if that's the correct term. But he's kind of obsessed with Roman things. Which, from Bastion's point of view, here it sounds to be that and leather jackets are the two things that Clan Baruha is obsessed about. The one time they were important, and the fact that everybody likes leather jackets.
Does he have like a title he likes to be called instead of like Prince? He'd be like Caesar or
Nope.
Constable or something like that.
No, he's Prince Siegel.
Okay.
And now, now that you mention it, it's weird that he doesn't. But then again, now keep in mind, a lot of this is from your sire's point of view, who has known actual Romans and people from history, and he's studied a little bit more history. But Bugsy, that's one thing you've been told: never, ever, anywhere within hearing range, say the word Bugsy to Benjamin Siegel. That is a death sentence. It is an unspoken death sentence. It's not even a part of the edict, but people get killed for that. But Prince Siegel, he comes at the Roman thing like a person who has watched Spartacus one too many times. He has spent zero time actually researching or learning, because that's what them nerds do, right? He hasn't even hired experts on his stuff. He just, says, "Hey, I want to do this. I want the Roman Colosseum. It's called a circus, dear." "Oh yeah, we'll call it a circus." So, that's BB. Next clan member. By the way, BB, poser in the whole poser versus artiste. Mm-hmm. She has zero artistic talent. She is just and it's funny. It's really people who are super artistic are artistes, and everybody else is considered a poser within the Toreador clan. You can't really escape otherwise. Next member is a gentleman named Billy Wolf. He is a tattoo artist. He is an artiste. More gruff and rumble than a lot of Toreadors. But then again, a lot of people within Vegas seem to be the more martial-esque, because people who are not tend to get pushed around a lot. If it's known that you will decline any challenge, your life is hell in Vegas, no matter what your status is. because people challenged you. Oh, and to touch back on the champion, a champion's role is if somebody challenges to say, my champion will fight for me, as the person being challenged.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why every clan has a champion.
So if someone challenges my character, I could say, my champion fights.
Yes, and you would say BB because Bastion is the prince's champion, and that is not the clan's champion, which is Miss Bravo. Now, if you have a problem with Miss Bravo, you're hosed. You have to fight for yourself. So, word of the wise, don't do that.
Friends with Bravo? Yes. Can she say no? In that situation, for example, someone challenges me, and I say, my champion would do it, and the champion says no.
The champion has a right to say no, by the way.
Okay.
So yeah, don't piss off your champion. There's no real payoff to being a champion other than the adoration and favors from your own clan. Then there is Mr. Dave McBell. You do not get along with Dave McBell. You know why?
Because
he is also a professional gambler who has been a thorn in your ass since you were alive. You had no idea how he was always able to pull the right card or do the right thing at any of the non-televised tournaments that you did. Now you know.
Is it win, I win some, he wins some, but he wins more than I do, or is it I never win?
Televised events he never took part in, which is why you lean towards them. But in a non-televised, off-the-books poker, he would always win.
He always wins. Okay.
And now you know why. He has high celerity, and he would cheat.
He'd been cheating the whole time. I mean, I was cheating too.
Yes, but he was cheating with superpowers. You were cheating with skill. And he had skill and superpowers. Anyway, so you can choose, since you don't have an enemy or anything like that background to my memory, you can choose how you feel now, but your professional point of view of this guy is, he was that guy that whooped your ass most of the time at poker.
Do have an enemy flaw, but that was going to be the prince.
Yes, we decided that it was a 2-point enemy flaw. Not because the prince is a 2-point enemy, is because you're so low on his priorities. He is only a pain in the butt when you are right in front of him.
Yeah.
Yeah, he holds a grudge. There is next Yvonne Cox. She is an artist. She is. How much do I hate this character? She is a painter, mostly by trade, but she was an early adapter of the Dada movement. But you secretly think that she is a poser, pretending to be an artiste, because she will drop her Dada persona to paint like 2 or 3. She's a very talented painter, but she secretly has like a what's the guy that you used to find in the mall all the time that did like water wheels and all that, like the sold out version of Bob Ross. I can't remember his name. If you remember it in the chat, please feel free to share. But Thomas something or other. Hit fur baby. Sorry, focus. Thomas. Anyway, I get stuck on things. Anyway, Thomas Kincaid. That's his name. But she will whip out a selection of these high-selling professional pieces of art to fund, going back to being Dada. And if you don't know what the Dada art movement is, feel free to Google it. All right. So that's a member of your clan. Last and not, well, kind of least, is Zachary McCullough. McCullough is he was a vampire before he was a vampire. He would find people who didn't know what their art was worth, buy it from them, and flip it for, tens of 10 times the value. He is a poser. I mean, look, he's wearing purple cowboy boots. He's a very wealthy poser. He is, he is the people that make money off of artists and has no artistic talent themselves. He doesn't value the art. He values the value he can get out of the art.
Is I don't know what you're saying. Is Dave McBail, is he autiste too?
Technically poser.
Technically poser.
He has no artistic talents whatsoever other than gambling. But considering that you are in the same boat, I mean, you could say he's an artist. He's very good at poker. He's just better at cheating.
Okay. Oh, I see. So like, my character's autiste because he's better at actual game instead of, but he's cheats. So it's not really.
I mean, if you think that you're an artiste, then you can be an artiste. But the rest of your clan knows that you're a poser because gambling is not an art.
But it is. It's an art.
And that is why that you lean that direction. Which is perfectly fine. I once had a person that had a Toreador that he was a professional Patreon. He basically sponsored art, but he said that he did it artistically through money. So he knew he was a poser, but he was just being funny. You can truly believe if you want, though, because it's your character. I'm just the storyteller. I don't know anything. With that said, does anybody have any comments, quandaries? Rock, do you feel that you're ready to go? And does anybody out watching on the stream want to ask questions to the people still hanging out with us today?
Hey, yo.
Yep, we still have Maz and Caden. So they're here willing to take your calls.
I've been asked questions about how he's absolutely in love with Belle and now he's just going to be used against you. Great.
Kind of interesting. You're going to have a love story. I'm going to have a love story.
Oh, you have a love story?
Yep, and I already have an idea where I'm going with that.
Please not be the same word.
No.
God.
Although, Belle being polyamorous in a, no, actually, it doesn't really fit her. But, nope, I have a idea of a set of anarchs. Well, they're autarchs, but, they're going to be a pain. I would use the North American Sabbat, but one of the other players is a former North American Sabbat, so I've earmarked that mostly for them.
What do you mean a set of autarchs? Am I involved with more than one person?
We will explore it on your vignette, but depending on who do you picture as the person that is your former flame? Male, female, other?
Kind of a female who equals my intensity and manipulation. someone like I would be able to throw blows with verbally. Someone I can't like predict what they're gonna do.
Fair enough. I do have a name in mind, and that name is Lisette. And actually, to make it easier, she will not be an autarch. I will slightly... So I have a group of people I was holding back from this game, but I will definitely have Lisette be here, because of course she would want to... Well, she has no option not be in the city. But she is a Cam Anarch.
Oh.
Yeah, that's not that bad. Kenlock's all kind of good in society.
She is a problematic Cam Anarch.
Oh, that's... Never mind. Sucks for you guys.
Well, at least, let me rephrase that. She's going to start as Cam Anarch because, you know, but you have that sleeping with the enemy thing. So maybe she will decide to become free after all.
Oh no.
Sucks for you.
You know what also sucks even more?
What's that?
Take a wild guess what her last name is.
Giovanni?
Bourbon.
You're dating my father's... Yup. You're dating my father's child. What would that be?
Your broodmate.
Yeah, I know.
Technically, there is multiple generations between Bastion and Lisette.
You're my brother-in-law.
You're not even married yet. Calm down, man.
No, you're not married yet.
Broodmate-in-law?
Fuck.
Yeah,
I'm
roommate.
Roommate.
Yeah, Lisette is... she is very much like Bastion. She is very hot-tempered. It might be the Fiona bloodline that runs through their veins.
Oh, great.
Out of character spoilers.
Woo.
But things you know about Lisette. She was a revolutionist. She wrote a novel. Not a novel, but more she published books in the 1700s that some of them led to some of the revolution that took over France.
Oh.
She was very much involved in the whole revolution, which has really put a wedge between her and her sire, considering that he's former royalty and takes it kind of, takes offense at it a little bit.
Isn't the Bourbon actually the last kings of France?
Maybe. Go to your library, learn a book. No, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the last. I did some lights research, but my actual official, I'm not a historian, so.
Yeah, the last king of France was the Bourbon. So, you overthrew your own family.
She did.
Nice.
And it's kind of that is it's almost a trope even. The wealthy child fomenting the and she was Bastion had embraced her right around that time, so she wasn't around France. Well, no, she was in France, but not during the revolution, so she didn't meet the guillotine.
Lucky her.
Yep. Hey, it's your fault for loving her. It's your own fault.
Yeah, I should have not taken that 3 points off, but it'll be alright.
I mean,
Hey, remember, taking flaws are your way of telling the storyteller, hey, fuck with my character, please. Alright, I'm over my allotment of F-bombs, I think.
Would you be available for a vignette tomorrow, possibly?
Tomorrow is Sunday. Unfortunately, not Sunday. But message me on Discord, and we can figure it out. Sunday I have 2 sessions as well, like today.
Sounds good.
So, we are at the end of our Session 0, Episode 2, and a surprised vignette for Jonathan. For all those who are still watching, and those who will be watching and listening in the future, thank you so very much for following me. It means a lot. And if you think that this is good quality, let a friend know. Go ahead and share this. If you don't, keep it to yourself. No, if you ever think of anything that I can do or say that might be improvement of what I do, I am always open to reasonable feedback. And the word reasonable is everything. And Yaga is reminding me it is time for me to sign off. So, from all of us here at the Sealyverse, thank you for being with us today, and have a great whatever your time zone is. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
And we are off.
Yeah.
That's fun.
So, Maz, do you think it went better this time than the last?
The vignette.
Just the vignette and everything overall.